good morning. No. Am I allowed to change it?
All right.
Ready?
I know that we were waiting on one council member. Do we have the other council member online?
I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Okay, and then Megan is here, so we can get started. Did you? Oh, good. You were. Where were you? What? No. Oh no, before that. Hello. Hi, Savannah. Hi. So before we start the meeting, we have a very special guest. It's okay. That's how I feel this morning too. Savannah. Hi. Guess what? You're mayor for the day, Savannah. What do you think? We have the Down Syndrome Network in the house. Everyone give them a huge round of applause. Hi. And your brother is here. Is that your brother? Hello. Hi. Good morning. And this is Mom, Karen. And we are excited to have you.
Thank you for having us.
Good morning. Pretty special. Pretty special. So future mayor right here, everyone. And so tell me, I hear you love tennis. Is that true? And running and art? I love art too. We all love art, right? All right, so we're gonna get this meeting started. And I wonder, Savannah, would you like a gavel? You can hit me with it too. A lot of people feel that way. So it's okay, especially on social media. No? Okay. You want to hold on to it? No? Okay. I don't like using it much either, so we're all good there. Okay, so we are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love it if Karen and Savannah would lead us in the pledge. So everyone, please stand.
We're gonna stand up.
All right. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Good job. I get it. I like I said, I have those days too, for sure. Okay, at this time, I'm going to send it back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we ready for roll call? This is roll call for the council meeting and redevelopment agency board, Wednesday, February 22nd. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar. Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
And Reese.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it right back to you for public comment.
All right, thank you. Our first item today is item A3, public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you'll be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. All right, and our first public comment today. Sorry, thank you, is Christina Ugaldi, followed by Karen Smallcombe.
Great to see you, Christina.
Nice to see you too. So, my name is Christina Ugalde, and I am the Executive Director of the Down Syndrome Network of Northern Nevada, and I would like to thank Mayor Sheevy for all of the support that she has given our network over the past few years. She has been just amazing, and the awareness that you help spread to the community is so important to our members. Thank you, council members, for including us in today's proceedings. I think we can all agree that Savannah is the cutest mayor. that they're
I'm
ever could
sorry
be.
to interrupt. Can you tip the mic so we can hear you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that better? A little closer? Is that okay?
better.
All right.
Thank you.
Our organization seeks to create a positive understanding of Down syndrome and envisions a community wherein all members are valued for their uniqueness, respected for their contributions, and assured the opportunity and choice to create their own path to fulfillment and success. We are so lucky to have so many wonderful community partners working to support us in our mission. I would like to thank the City of Reno for their generous support of last year's Uncharted Waters event via the Arts and Cultures Grants Program. The funding this grant allowed us to provide, or with this funding, the grant allowed us to provide incredible art programming for 35 artists with Down syndrome, as well as reaching hundreds of residents in the Reno and surrounding areas. If anyone is interested in more information about our organization, we'd love for you to check us out at dsnn.org, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. Are you going to join me in the Buddy Walk this year? No. We go every year, right? So I just want to encourage everyone, not today, but we'll go. But I just want to encourage everyone. It's one of, I think, the best local events that are put on in the region, And so please join Savannah and I in this year's Buddy Walk. Christina, when is it? September 9th. Okay, September 9th. And did you change the venue? No, it's going to be at the Sports Dome again. Okay, so it's at the Sports Dome, which is super impressive if you haven't been there. But last year I went to the ballpark first because we've had it there for many years. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And everyone give a huge round of applause to Savannah, our mayor for the day.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Smallcombe, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hi, my name is Karen Smallcombe. I would like to thank Mayor Sheevy and City Council today for inviting the DSNN to be here. As a parent to 2 kids with Down syndrome, this organization and other local programs have helped us navigate many of the challenges that come with having children with special needs. As much as it can be challenging to raise kids with Down syndrome, it does not define them. That distinction is only one part of who they are. They are just like kids in many other ways. Savannah loves school. She loves running across finish lines with her parents at trail races, and plays tennis through the Tennis Buddies program. Carson loves dancing to music, playing outside in the playground, and watching Seinfeld with his dad. Yes, he watches Seinfeld and even laughs along with it. Having activities and programs for them and others with disabilities to participate in is very important to the community. It gives them an outlet to do things they otherwise may not have the opportunity to do. Supporting city programs such as the adaptive recreation program and Special Olympics is very beneficial. And please continue to support those things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. I want to shout out to April Wolf. I know you're not in the room, but you probably are watching this council meeting, for all the incredible programs that you do at the City of Reno that matter, the ones that you talked about, so incredibly important. What do you think, Savannah? No? Okay, all right. All right, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Terry Brooks, followed by Rhonda Thiessen.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I come here to face the act of discrimination when it comes to race. Some people who consider themselves members of the majority race discriminate against people whom they consider members of a minority race. Such people sometimes consider themselves as superior, and then they consider others as inferior. And if such people see one person of the minority do something bad, they often say that all the people of that minority will do something bad. When I hear someone talk like that, I can't help but frown, because I know they try to build themselves up by trying to put other people down. Race itself is not traceable to a single gene, just like many human characteristics cannot be traced to a gene. Most anthropologists agree that there is no such thing as race. It's just an excuse for discriminators to try to put others in their place. When it comes to mammals, humans are one of many species, but all humans are members of the very same species. All human beings today who live in this world evolved from tribes that migrated from Africa and eventually colonized the whole world. Today, many of us humans have different colors of skin because when our ancestors traveled the world, different environments affected the colors of their skin. It is through diversity that all humans have evolved, and diversity is the major factor involved. It's because of diversity that our human species can survive. If it wasn't for diversity, probably none of us would be alive. So instead of trying to discriminate against each other, we need to spend more time trying to benefit from each other. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to evolving a bit so I can have even more to say.
Okay, and that is 2?
No, that's chapter 1, and just so you know, I've only got 45 more chapters to go.
Thank you so much, Derek.
Thank
Good
you
job.
all for hanging in there.
Love it. Thanks.
We have Rhonda Thiessen, followed by Kelly Maxwell.
Can I get the overhead? My name is Rhonda Tyson. This is my home 142 days after it was destroyed by the Reno Fire Department. It's been 105 days since I asked this body to conduct an independent investigation to answer the singular question I have, and that is, was this amount of destruction necessary? It's been 42 days since I advised this body that I was aware that the Reno Fire Department was not in compliance with the Reno Fire Code when it came to my high-rise apartment building. We are now millions of dollars into damage. Today I found out it's going to be another 8 to 10 weeks before we have elevators in a high-rise. It's going to be another 16 weeks before they can get the equipment to repair the HVAC system in my apartment, on top of the 12 weeks it will take to get kitchen cabinets. It's been also 42 days since I asked this body to please dedicate someone from the building department to help us with our permits so that we could get home. To date, I have heard nothing. I was going to come to this meeting anyway, but I have to say when I saw on the agenda that the fire department is asking to expand its scope of services to the airport, not that I want to compare our situations, but I had to feel a little like the residents of East Palestine who saw the president fly off to Ukraine, and they said, what about us? What about us? If this were your home, would you be satisfied with the non-answers you've received from the city? All I want is to know that Reno is equipped to fight high-rise fires, that the other thousands of residents who live here aren't in the same danger we have. I don't expect you to admit culpability. That's not going to happen. But is it too much to ask for a helping hand so that we can get home? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last time you were here, I thought Chief Cochran met with you.
Chief Cochran,
We asked him to.
he has not met with us. He made one, in my opinion, cavalier remark to the media in which he said, water goes down. If I were on the city council, I would be wanting to know is, does our fire department meet the professional standards exhibited by other fire departments in the region and nationwide? Why wasn't it in compliance with the fire code? What effect did that have on the residents at 1200 Riverside Drive, and how can we prevent this from happening again? So expand services to Reno Fire Department if you want,
but you ought to take a look at your capabilities of fulfilling the responsibilities you have today.
Okay, thank you so much.
And finally, we have Kelly Maxwell.
Good morning, Council and Mayor Sheevy. Thank you for having me here. My name is Kelly Maxwell. I'm the Executive Director of Baby's Bounty, a nonprofit working in Southern Nevada, primarily for 15 years. We're here today to announce our expansion to Washoe County. So we're launching our diaper bank program in partnership with Silver Summit Health Plan. We are launching on Tuesday, March 21st. We've received 380,000 diapers to our warehouse here in Sparks, and we'll be hosting that first diaper bank event from 9 to 12 on March 21st. Devin Reese Councilman Reese was so kind to make introductions to some of you here today, and also there's an agenda item of B13 to support our mission of providing a good start for every baby with $1,000 from the general fund. So thank you for that consideration. We hope that you'll all come out and see our diaper bank event. We're anxious to expand our programming here to Washoe County. We know that infant supplies are much in need here. So we've provided over 2.5 million diapers to families in Southern Nevada in diaper banks in Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and in Henderson. We also have a mobile diaper bank program to assist with the rural areas, and we're bringing that same program here. So we'll have a static diaper bank at our warehouse in Sparks the last Wednesday of every month, and we also have a mobile diaper bank program that will take those resources out to the rural communities as well.
Okay, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Because
We're so excited.
diapers are so expensive.
They are. They've increased 185% by most brands since COVID. So we know the supplies are much in need for families struggling in poverty.
Vegas too, right?
We have Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, and now here in Washoe as well.
Okay, and just remind everyone how someone can get in touch with you.
So at babiesbounty.org, they can register for our future diaper banks, but the one on March 21st, they come from 9 to 12. The address is on the website. It's 1410 Gregg Street. No documentation necessary. They just come on through, receive a week's supply of diapers and wipes, and we'll be hosting those monthly. And then the mobile diaper bank program, which will be out at community fairs, community resource events, health fairs, things like that. Folks can come to those as well. And there's no time limitation. They can come as often as they'd like. Yeah, we're here to help.
Okay, so if someone wants to donate diapers or donation, they can do that on the website?
They can, and we're also, in conjunction with the RTC, we're hosting a big Fill the Bus event in April, so that'll be on our website as well.
Great, well, we'll be there, that's awesome. Are you local?
We are, so we're traveling back and forth from Las Vegas, but we do have a team here.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, love it.
you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments in the room. For the record, we received 6 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on February 21st. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 3 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 concern. And in addition, we did receive 1 voicemail, which won't be played due to vulgarity, but a transcript of which has been distributed to council, and we do have 1 voicemail to play today.
Hello, my name is Kathy Lester. I would like to have a message to all the whatever. $1 million for City Reno. Don't forget, low-income people has more opportunity than little upper senior citizen. We have own home and we have everything, but we do not have lots of opportunity as they have. We are pinch to penny every day. And see if you can help us to free drop-in fee for all the senior centers, so we all have a time together. $2.50 a drop-in fee is too much for us. And I understand it, $1 is going up soon. So please help us. We need 3 senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment, and we are ready to move on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, Mayor's asked me to stand in her spot for a few minutes, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda, but let me ask our manager, do you have any changes to the agenda?
Councilmember Dewar, I do not. Thanks
Okay.
so much.
All right, you bet. All right, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're going to move on to the consent agenda, and we'll be looking for requests to remove items from the consent agenda, and I'm going to start to my right with Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes, I'd like to pull item B7, please, item B8, please, and item B11.
Okay, B7, B8, and B11. All right, Mr. Martinez?
Nothing on my end,
Nothing?
Councilmember. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Taylor?
Nothing for me, Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, Ms. Hebert?
Nothing for me.
All right, and my item was already pulled, so we're all good. I don't know that the mayor had any items. Do you? Mr. Reese, do you have any items to pull?
Nothing. No,
All right.
ma'am.
All right, I'll be looking for a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda. May I get that motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any comments on the motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please say no. No? Okay. We'll move on to item B7, which was pulled by Ms. Breckus. And that is about the contract to Spanish Springs Construction for Teglia's Paradise Park. And this is actually the contract. And so, Ms. Breckus?
Thank you. I'd like a staff report on this one. It can be combined with B8 because they're both related to Teglia Park. And we've had a series of items related to Teglia Park. And we've also heard a lot of input about the Teglia Park Senior Citizen Center. And I did on my monthly tour last week, or week before last, toured Teglia Park. It'd been a minute since I'd been out there. And I just wanted to orient myself to what improvement we're putting out there because there's a lot going on over in that neighborhood with the Audie Street redevelopment, which is coming along very well. Could you explain where this is and what's going on, Mr. Bretza?
Sure, absolutely. For the record, Matt Brzezina, City of Reno Parks Manager. And for the city clerk, I did send over a presentation.
When did you send that?
It was sent over. My apologies, 1 second as we get the presentation pulled up.
You know, and if you need it, I have an iPad that you could bring up. I'm really looking for orientation of it, and you could use that if you wanted to. I know I asked for a map. Here you go, if you wanted to. It's so much bigger than I remember it being.
It is.
And we're up to how much on this project? Oh, 1.3 million.
Just a little over. The construction contract we're estimating to be $1.3 million. And
Yeah,
that puts the project
yeah.
a little over $2 million.
Matt, could you talk into the mic?
Yes.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. So I can.
Let me ask our staff over here at the clerk's office, will you be able to bring up this presentation or not?
Oh,
Yeah, we will in just 1 second, unless you have it. That's why I'm asking.
We have it, we just need access granted. If we can
Okay.
get that right now, we can pull it up right now.
And then I do have
All right, why don't we move on to item B11? And we'll come back to this. So, Ms. Breckus, while they work
Yeah.
out the details.
Item B11 involves a new scope of services for the fire department, and I just wanted to ask our chief about this and how this fits into our comprehensive audit that we did of the fire department back in, what was that, 2019, the CPSM study. It was a performance evaluation of the fire department, and it had 32 recommendations. I just wanted to know how this new scope of services of providing fee-for-services to the airport, because I didn't see it as one of our 32 recommendations for the department.
Thank you, and I apologize if I missed the first part of the question, but I think if I don't answer it, just let me know. So this was not affiliated with the CPSM report that was done. This is a need at the airport as part of their fire prevention services. We do their inspections, the fire prevention inspections, when they open a new business in conjunction with business license. After that, they have not kept current on their inspections, so this is a mechanism to get them current.
Well, why don't they do it themselves?
Because we have the capacity, we have the staffing, and we have the expertise. They could do all that, but it'd be quite expensive. It's part of some ongoing discussion we've been having with them. It is a fee for service. We're not doing it gratuitously. We are going to be charging for our time.
Well, the difficulty I'm having is I keep hearing how overtaxed your department is. And I also have a very comprehensive study with 32 recommendations that your department should be following up on. So maybe you're ahead of the game. Number 9 was doing a formal risk analysis on cities downtown, strip commercial establishment, high-rise structures. Have you done that risk analysis yet?
We have a regular inspection program through our Fire Prevention Bureau that we do. We have not done a formal risk analysis.
Formal, okay, because that was
I think-
recommendation number 9. And then what about number 10? A pre-fire planning process for all target hazards and high-risk commercial projects. Did you do that one yet?
We do that. We have a very
Okay.
robust system that takes care
And
of that.
then what about 16? An integrated risk management plan that focuses on structure fires in areas of the community demonstrates the highest risk. Have you completed that risk management plan?
We've not been directed to complete a plan.
Okay, and what about 24? And I'm really, of the 32 recommendations, I am really focused on the ones that to me look like evaluating risk, inspections, because we're talking about inspections here, and also we had that, tremendous, problem that happened with the high-rise building over on Booth Street that Ms. Tyson just spoke about. And I think it, at least from where I sit, makes me concerned about other parts of the community as we build higher risk buildings. So higher buildings, taller buildings. So did you work with the building department, the planning department, the appraiser, and the finance department to create a master file of inspectable properties? Have you created that?
There is a master file of inspectable properties that has existed for years, probably decades, that we do follow.
Okay, but it seems to me, and I recall when I read this, that they wanted you to go back and, we had a lot of properties come on the tax rolls since then.
I think it bears noting that these were recommendations that were never adopted, nor were we directed to adopt them all. So,
Well,
All right,
we
3
go.
minutes, Councilwoman
Okay,
Breckus.
I'll just,
I'm gonna
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Other people on the bottom.
Yeah, I was just going to say I had a question too on
Go
this.
right ahead.
So Chief, I was just wondering, I thought I read that we were going to get reimbursement for this. Is that correct?
we are, and that, I believe, is in the agenda item title. We have a fully loaded rate that we're charging for the inspections that we're going to be doing. So like I said, this is not gratuitous. This is a fee for service, and it's entirely possible that we may come back next budget cycle and say, hey, we need an additional inspector, but I think we'll also have the revenue to support that if we do.
Have you estimated what you expect to collect at this point?
No, because we have not been inspecting these properties, so I think
Right, but I mean, did they give you an estimate of how many places you need to inspect or what that looks
yes,
like?
there's a couple hundred properties that we need to inspect.
Couple hundred properties that are all owned by the airport.
Exactly, and just to add a little more detail there, it's not just properties on the airport, what they call outside the fence or outside the airport. Those surrounding properties are owned by the airport, and they have not been inspected either.
And they haven't been inspected.
Correct.
Do you think this has gone on for like a decade or
Probably longer.
longer?
And it's really a safety issue because our firefighters are going to be responding to those
Obviously,
buildings.
yeah.
So,
No, I mean, it's critical to me that these get inspected, and it's astonishing in some ways that we're here
Isn't it?
I agree. And-
after
and
a
I know-
couple decades perhaps of not being inspected, 100 properties. You said a couple hundred properties, but there's at least 100 properties, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's closer to two. And I can
200?
tell you from my regular discussions with our firefighters, they support this 100%. They want this done for their own safety and for their own benefit.
Right. Well, I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that we're going to get in there. I'm astonished that it's this situation, but I'm glad we're stepping up to address it, and I'm glad we're getting reimbursement. And I hope that, you have this fully burdened hourly rate, but I hope we've taken a close look at that and make sure it really does pay for the required services.
It does. In fact, it includes some administrative overhead as well. So we've captured all our costs. on
Okay.
that.
All right.
I
Thank
don't
you.
know if you remember, Councilwoman Dewar, we also had a meeting on this right before the pandemic. We
Yes.
brought it to council.
We did.
Because it was so important.
Yes.
So I
And
just
I'm-
wanted to
Yes.
remind everyone.
Yep.
All right, any other questions? Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I think when we did this audit, it was very expensive, very comprehensive. The council did adopt it. And whether or not it's on your work program or not, it seems like this is on your work program to go do, it's what you decided to do. I guess the airport made a request. But I thought I understood that there's private companies that the airport could contract with to do this, and they have their own fire department there too?
They do have their own fire department. They're not private companies that do these type of inspections.
Okay. Well, I am still troubled by this. I want a priority of looking at our own landscape first and seeing these recommendations that absolutely speak to what needed to happen to not have an issue like what happened on Riverside Drive. Could be, accomplishing these gets us further from what I understand, and I'm problematic about it. Now, you have refused to meet with me on that issue, so maybe you could have brought a little more information to me, but I don't like your department going out and doing fees for service when you've got your own workload that needs to get addressed. What's next? We're gonna go out to Story County and look at the Tri-Center? Are we a fee-for-service department? I don't think so. So I don't know, maybe there was another way that we could have done this by them funding someone and do a very specific contract of them having someone and bringing the body in through the budget, but I'm not going to support this at this time. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have
thank
a
you.
follow-up too.
Go right ahead.
Okay,
Councilwoman.
thanks. Just a quick question. Who responds to the off-site airport properties when there's a fire?
When there's a fire, we will be responding.
You
The fire de-
respond, not the airport staff.
Both. They will
They will
be
leave
responding
the airport to go respond?
to their properties now.
I didn't,
Yes.
now you say, or before?
Yes, because they weren't doing that before. We were responding to all these properties.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't think the airport firefighters went off-site to respond. I thought it was all us.
They've expanded their capabilities, so they're capable of doing that. But the depth of resources that we can provide is critical. And in terms of priority response, we don't respond to Story County on a priority. But we do respond to the airport.
So
And if
just a
it's
quick
big-
question, do we charge for those? Because like if we were responding to another jurisdiction, we would charge after a certain amount of hours, my understanding?
Correct. And yes, we were, and we will continue to charge the airport for those responses, except for the ones that they've taken over on the low-end, low-priority calls, the activated alarms where there's not an actual fire, where they don't need our assistance. But anything where they need our assistance, yes, we will continue to bill them for that.
Okay, so we are billing, and we
Yes.
have been billing for a while, you say?
Yes.
Okay, and I too want to, I'm glad Councilman Breckus brought up the audit because I think it is important that we did adopt that, to my recollection. And I think it's very important to go through that and maybe give us an update or report on where things stand.
Certainly, we can do
I'm
that.
fully supportive of where you're going here because I think we're better situated to do the work. But I also say, once we're a year in, I think we have to evaluate that and perhaps we do need to request the airport to add staff and training to have their own fire inspectors, frankly.
And I think your points are spot on because that's why we have the short-term contracts, so we can reevaluate it when it comes due. And that is certainly an option for the airport to take on staff and take on this responsibility.
Okay, that would probably be better than us, continuing to provide that service and then charging. I mean, it adds a level of complexity that doesn't need to be there. But, all right, well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I have
All right.
one additional
Go-
question.
Hold on one second. Councilman Reese?
Madam Mayor, just briefly, thank you, Chief Cochran, for doing the right thing, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we are the Reno Fire Department. The airport is in the city of Reno, and we respond to calls for service. So it makes sense to me that we would be involved in the inspections. I don't entirely understand why there's always the pitting of wards against one another or claiming that your inability to do the work is related to some Hunger Games style scenario. But for my part, I just thank you for making sure that safety is the number one priority. And if you believe that your folks have the ability to conduct these inspections and to provide for the safety of this community, that is sufficient warrant for me, and I am supportive.
I appreciate the comments, and we do have the capability, and safety is always job one for us. So I appreciate your support.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Ms. Stewart's comments made me think of something. I've been reviewing the massive industrial development agreement that the Airport Authority has with the Dermody Company. I think it's 6,000 acres, millions of square feet. Will you be inspecting those?
Yes, we will.
Okay, and you'll be doing the annual inspections on those?
That is, since they don't exist, it's not specifically included in our agreement, but I think when that comes up for reevaluation, and as those properties are developed, we will be having those conversations.
Will those properties, when airport develops on land that they own, do they permit through our building department and pay those fees?
With the caveat that that's not in my wheelhouse, I believe that is what happens, yes.
What do you know about that, Mr. Manager? If Dermody comes in and builds a 500,000 square foot warehouse building on airport land, do they pay the planning fees and all those ones that are associated with that?
The fire marshal tells me that yes, they do.
They do pay the planning fees, yes.
This is her.
Okay, so
1
part of
minute,
that is
third
fire
question.
inspection.
1 minute.
So then, is this agreement involved in that?
Well, as I said, for new businesses, we inspect and
You'll
permit
inspect,
those, and
okay.
we charge our fees.
So it's just the annual fees. You'll go out to Dermody's for annual fees, annual inspections then on their warehouse buildings. But how's that differ then from the inspections you do for business licenses within the city of Reno?
They're part and parcel of the same thing. A new project is inspected by us, whether it's a business license, warehouse, whatever the condition. If it impacts the fire code, we inspect it and we charge the appropriate fees.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say thank you, but I want to remind everyone, the airport is in the city of Reno.
100% surrounded by Reno.
So it's important that we're supportive that they have services, period. To me, it's about saving lives. I don't think people care what color that fire apparatus is that shows up. It has been no secret that I have been incredibly frustrated with the makeup on this issue over at the airport. I have had meetings with them. I'm a little disappointed that it's taken this long. Something that I think needs to be completely reworked. We have representatives over there that I have expressed my concern to. And I think, Naomi's point, but all of us, I've been following this closely. It really needs a full overhaul. And to be honest with you, we should all be one fire department. It shouldn't be the airport versus Reno Fire. So
Agree 100%.
if truly we want the best service for the citizens and the safety, it needs to be under one completely. Because I think what's happened is when they have their silos, they go and do what they want. And this is a clear indication of that with these buildings. And if you know anything about me, I'm very, very serious and passionate when it comes to fire. And so this is a step in the right direction, but I also think it's important to support a regional approach and one approach, because that's why you will see the issues, because you have them saying, no, this is our domain, this is your domain, and it can't be like that. It's politics at its finest. So that needs to stop. I want to commend our firefighters who have done a tremendous job over there in navigating some very difficult waters. But to me, the reason why, I'm not happy right now is it's taken way too long to get here. But I want to say thank you, Chief Cochran, for your leadership, Casey McComb for your leadership, Dan Tapia for your leadership.
but it needs to be a full-blown regional approach.
I agree. And
So
I
that
experienced the same
politics
frustration with the
gets taken
delay.
out- Gets
but-
taken out of
yeah.
it. And
Yes,
so we will continue to have those conversations, but I think people get tired of conversations. It's time to act. So thank you.
certainly.
Really appreciate it. Okay, with that being said, may I get a motion?
Yeah, a motion to approve this agenda item.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those
Madam
in favor
Mayor,
say
Madam Mayor,
aye.
I'd like to
Aye.
make I'd like to interject.
You
I
have
don't
1
think.
minute.
Oh, thank you. And for those who are, I know we have a lot of folks, we keep a real tight time agenda on how much any council member can talk on any item. I'm not going to support, I don't think this is a poor idea, but we keep hearing how stretched our fire department is, the runs. And we have this audit and things are not getting done. And I think the report is important. When you go into the coffee kiosk, you want to make sure that, they're not gonna, their grease pad, whatever in that little kiosk is doing well. But heads and beds are important too, Madam Mayor. I don't think it's a regional thing. I think it is making sure our house is in order. And our house is not in order, in my perspective, when it comes to responses to high rises where heads are in beds. And I'm very concerned about that. So with that, I'll vote no, so time can be put into the other tasks that this council adopted in 2019 for the fire department to do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, I just want to say, thank you for your comments, Councilwoman Breckus, but our house also needs to be safe. And we are all one house, and that's part of the problem whenever you have the us and them. So all of us need to be safe. That is our house, all of us. So, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus, but that's how I see it. It's all our house. And it also is the safety of our firemen and women that go in there every day. And that's something that we owe to them and to the public. So that's why I'm absolutely supporting this. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, and we do have the presentation available now for items B, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Council, Madam Mayor. Sorry for the brief technical issues that I had. My name is Matt Brzezina, City of Reno Parks Manager, and I do have a brief presentation regarding the Paradise Park restroom and playground improvement project if you'd like to see it. So I do have 2 agenda items to bring before you today, both regarding the improvements for Teglia's Paradise Park. I will give a brief overview and background first, starting with this slide, which shows an overview of Teglia's Paradise Park. You can see the 4 ponds spread throughout the park. The activity center is located underneath the words Teglia's Paradise Park, and then the proposed project site is located in the upper left-hand corner of the map, which is the shaded blue area. Teglia's Paradise Park is a 38-acre park located in northeast Reno at the corner of Audi Boulevard and El Rancho Drive. And some of the recent park improvement projects are encompassed on this slide, most notably the pathway improvements that we conducted in 2017, the installation of 2 lighted mini pitch futsal courts in 2021. The activity center received a new roof and exterior paint job in 2022. And then we are currently in the process of installing automatic entry gates for 3 of the parking lot entrances at the park. This summer, we will see a new mural on the activity center, as well as RTC is conducting a pavement and roadway reconstruction of Audi Wells, which impacts the north side of Teglia's Paradise Park. And with that, we will see improved landscaping and irrigation, as well as a new decorative steel fence and a pedestrian entry gate that will be located just north of the playground to allow access to the business district to the north. Also going on at Paradise Park, staff have just initiated a comprehensive master plan for the entire park and the associated facilities. So that just started in February of this year, and we are hopeful to see a finished product master plan by the end of 2023. The project timeline for this project that I'm here to speak about started back in May of 2022 when the CDBG accepted the recommendation for projects for the surplus of the CDBG funding for fiscal year 22-23. Council adopted the city budget, and after the adoption, staff immediately reached out to Exerplay, a playground manufacturer, to get 2 options for the playgrounds, which we then conducted an online survey and held a public meeting to gain public input. Following the input process, staff brought both agenda items to the council for approval to purchase both the playground and the restroom equipment. And then since the approvals in August, staff have been working on the implementation plan and the full construction set, which we then put out to bid in January of this year. The city received 2 responsible bids, with the lowest responsible bid going to Spanish Springs Construction, which I will talk about shortly. Should the contract be approved today, construction will begin in early March of this year, and then we estimate completion in July of 2023. Shown before you here is the restroom building that we purchased. We're happy to say that we purchased from a local manufacturer out of Minden, Nevada, and that being Public Restroom Company. The unit is a multiple stall, full ADA accessible restroom unit with a timed entry locking system, which means that the restroom will shut down and lock on its own to reflect the park hours and reducing the need for staff to respond to the park in person. Shown before you here is the current state of the playground minus the snow that we received last night. As you can see, there's a lot of open space, unused area, and the site is currently not ADA accessible. There is an abundance of old playground equipment that is no longer functionable or usable, and so we intend to install the newly purchased custom playground equipment that you see here. This playground equipment includes multiple structures, a pair of zip lines, a Ninja Warrior style fitness course, and then multiple other spinners and climbers. Item B7 today is the award of contract for the installation of the playground and the restroom facilities to Spanish Springs Construction in the amount of $1,322,900. This will include the demolition of the existing park site, preparation for the installation of the restroom unit, which includes the relocation of some of the utilities, as well as the installation of the playground structure, safety surfacing associated, the installation of all the playground amenities and park amenities that are going to be surrounding the playground, including new sidewalks, benches, picnic tables, and standalone shade structures. There will also be upgraded landscaping and a protective fence that will be located between the playground and the parking lot. The second item that I'm bringing to you as well today is the approval of additional funding to be used for this project. $1.485 million was originally approved to be used out of the CDBG funds for fiscal year 22-23. And then after the plan, design, and the outsourced bidding process, the estimated project cost is $2,081,000, leaving us with a difference of right around $600,000 that we request to be filled with the Residential Construction Tax District 3 funding. And with that, I have the recommended motions in front of you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thanks so much, Matt. Great job. All right, I'm going to open up to the body. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you for pulling this. I would have pulled it as well. My first question, I talked to you earlier, Matt, was I wanted to understand the total all-in cost. Now, on a previous slide, you had 2-point-something million, but on this slide, it's only 1.9. So I'm just wondering, you say previously approved 1.4. I'm having a hard time just squaring up the numbers. Can you help me?
Sure. Originally, there was $1.485 million of CDBG funding available.
Okay.
After the design and the equipment purchasing, we are estimating, or we're confident that the total project cost will be a little over $2 million, which is the 2081. With that, the difference is just under $600,000. So
Right, but I mean, so you said the planning and so on, was that, how much was that? 200,000 or something?
the construction design was just under $100,000, I
100,000?
believe, right around 95,000.
Okay, so that was previously approved. So the total all-in cost is this 2.1 essentially, and this one has the 1.9. So the 2 is the total cost for the project.
Yes, $2,081,000 is
All right.
the total cost.
So my next question is on your restroom, and I don't know if you could go back to that slide. Does that include a place to fill bottles? I saw drinking fountains, but I didn't know if that was a bottle fill station too.
I believe that we did include the bottle fill station in this.
Will you make sure, because I think it's critical, we want to encourage people to fill their own bottles, and plain, makes people thirsty. So I think that'd be a really simple, good ad.
Sure.
Number 2 on this list is, you mentioned upgraded landscaping. Does that include trees?
That does include trees.
Okay.
So currently there are 5 trees that need to be removed. All of those are in poor condition and are in the proposed playground site. With the removal of the 5, we are incorporating 17 new trees.
Okay.
So we'll have a net gain of 12 trees at the site.
Could you go back on the PowerPoint to the picture of the layout of the playground equipment? My concern here is that what we've observed, we've been having to go to every park and retrofit, putting trees around this black rubber pavement, which gets very hot and basically makes it so you can't use this in the afternoon in summers. Sure. I mean, it's just too hot. So I think that we have to make sure that they're planning correctly and that they probably, at least on 3 sides, surround this playground area, and with big shade species. And so is Mac going to be involved in that, or is this an outsourced landscape company, or what is?
It was an outsourced landscape architect. However, we did get input through internal staff. So Matt Basil gave his input on the tree selection, as well as our horticulturist, Ryan Scherer.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that they're not planning 5 years later. I want to make sure that we do not get the COO and pay them until the trees are planted, and that we have a 1-year at least guarantee on success on the trees, like they do at Moana and other nurseries, so that we know these trees are going to live. Okay?
Yes.
And they have to replace them if they don't.
Yes, the landscape should be installed this summer, and they do come with a 1-year warranty.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. I had some broader questions about Teglia Park, but I do want to ask, because I was on the CDBG committee when this first came out, and we keep talking about shade at these parks, and I'm not seeing any shade for people who aren't doing the play, activity under that canopy. And, people who take people who are going to play on the park, like caregivers, parents, grandparents, whoever, they don't want to be running around like the little kids. They just don't have that kind of energy. So I've made a real big, push for seating areas around the parks. And I'm not seeing any seating areas. And they have seating areas that have like a canopy over them. So you're not sitting there where the black is, the rubber's coming off to you. And the shade that is closest are those trees, and that's a little bit further away. So I'm a little, I feel like that concept just didn't get through or didn't progress, that we need seating areas around these taught playgrounds, because they really are for, even at 16, 17, people are going to age out of those. And so anyone taking someone there is just not going to be running around like the little kids are. That's why you take kids to parks, to get their energy out. So that's point number 1 and a concern. But really my other concern was that $23,000 to do that master plan. Is that part of this money, or was that other money that came throughout? Do you remember where that $23,000 came from?
Yes. So to answer your first question, thank you for that. We did take your input to heart regarding the shade in previous meetings, and I should have mentioned earlier, this diagram just depicts the playground design. from the manufacturer. So it only
Oh,
includes the
okay,
equipment. We
okay.
did incorporate 2 individual shade structures that will
Okay.
go on the east and west of the
Okay,
playground.
okay.
And then a multitude of covered benches and
Okay,
picnic
okay.
tables.
What's the surface outside of the play area? Is it,
The surface outside of the play area will be a mix of shrubbery and landscaping, and then also some turf will be included back
okay,
in.
okay.
And then the actual play surface, we switched from or changed from this design and actually incorporated some tan and
Yeah,
light blue
yeah,
colors.
you've been doing that.
So the color should help out with
okay,
with the
okay.
heat.
And what about the master plan is really my focus, because in my review, I realized how large it is. Where did is that money, where'd you get the money for where's the plan? Oh, 100,000. Where'd you get that money? Was that a budget item that we did?
That came from the general fund contingency.
Did we approve that? We must have, because we approved all
It didn't come to
contingencies.
council because it did not meet the threshold for
Okay,
the
okay.
purchasing.
Yeah, let's get an answer. Let's get some finance feedback when the contingency is tapped. I think that's important, helps us understand, because, we are the budget. Drawdowns on the contingency, I think, should be reported to the council. Madam Mayor, I didn't get through all my questions, so
Okay, I will come
my
back
3
to you.
minutes are over.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll come
thank-
back to you. No worries. Okay, any other questions?
I have one,
Go
but
ahead.
maybe Mr. Reese.
Councilwoman Dewar. And
Okay.
then I'll go to Councilman Reese and then back to Councilman
Okay.
Breckus.
I just want to make a note. I appreciate the 17 trees map, but I want to just say that we recently planted 60 trees at another park that is much smaller than this park. And I'm not really sure 17 is going to get it done. It sounds like a lot, but when you think we planted 60 trees in 2 hours at another park, I mean, with volunteer labor, the trees themselves aren't that costly. I just want to make sure, I know you need spaces to do soccer or whatever, but I want to make sure we have enough. I'm not sure it's going to get it done. So could you take another look at that? I don't want to have to come back and do separate whole tree planting when we could get it done right now.
Absolutely. And to be clear, the 17 trees is just incorporated around the immediate playground.
Okay.
So there's only so many trees you can fit within
I
the project
understand.
area, and we can definitely look at
Okay.
incorporating more trees.
And last thing, I've put my hand on those lighter rubber things and they're still hot. The white ones, there's a gray one. It's surprising. You said it should, but I mean, I would love to see us actually get some data from those surfaces, like at the other parks, and make sure this is the right answer. Okay? I mean, it may be the best answer that we have right now,
Sure.
but I don't know if it truly is, if there's even a different way to go.
Sure, we can take
It's
a look
it's
at
still
that.
pretty hot. Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's it.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I'm just excited for Matt and his team to keep doing the good work that they're doing. So awesome projects all, and I can't wait to see Paradise Park really become the jewel of that part of town and all of Reno, quite frankly.
Okay, thank you so much. Quick question, and you might not know this, Matt. I'm really interested in the RTC project. Do you know what that's projected to cost?
I'm not confident on the cost of the RTC project. I just know what is going to impact Paradise Park at this
Okay.
point.
Just because I'd like to see more cycle tracks, RTC implementing them. And so at our next meeting, I'm going to ask them to implement sort of a cycling advisory board to get these in all the parks and also get a dedicated funding source just specifically for bicycling. But I do think that they should come and show the other projects that once they, sort of come to, they get approved, that we kind of have an idea so that we know that they are truly happening, right?
Sure.
And that they are dedicated to those funding sources. I think that that's important to work in conjunction with you. So if you could, would you reach out to them and find out what that looks like, time frame, and how much money? Because I have not seen that on our agenda yet, but very supportive. But want to make sure that they follow through with what their intentions are.
Sure.
Okay. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. She brought up a good point, and I went by there yesterday, and they are putting those sound walls right up adjacent to the parking lot that it looks like the one that serves this park area, and I think that will be an improvement. But I
back to well, first of all, the activity center mural, where did that idea come from? Whose idea was that?
The Arts and Culture Division or Commission.
The division, okay. You know, here's my thinking, and now that I'm on the Arts and Culture liaison, I'm thinking on is it goes on what we call the senior citizen place, right? I think that should hold until we get the master plan. I mean, I look at those beautiful ponds and I think, well, why don't we have an art piece in one of the ponds like we have in other parks? So I'd like to give that input when we have the input on the master plan. Likewise, on the master plan, I want to understand what people's feelings are about there. We can put all the money we are, but if people are saying they don't feel safe there, then we've got programmatic issues. Is the ranger there? Is a police patrol there every day? Let's, you know, I'm hoping, I haven't seen the scope because it came out of contingency, but I want to see the scope and understand the process to identify that master plan, because I think this is an area that is seeing some very good private investment in real estate, and our public investment, I think, is really going to work toward making this a very dynamic part of town. And I'm very excited about it. I also think when we do our public input, everything should be on the table for Teglia Park, but we really need to understand current uses. I was liaison in the Parks Commission for a long time. They do not want to de-annex parkland ever. But, you know, we have a surplus of land there. Maybe that could be dedicated towards some housing or something like that. And we have to figure out, in my view, what we're doing with that senior citizen center. Can't be one council member here, you know, proposing something, or one group's talking to someone. We need, through this park planning process, to understand what the community works. You know, Bernice Matthews' interests there too, and so on. So you're going to get us a schedule of that parks plan and the input sessions and all that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, okay, great, thank you very much. Well, I'm fine moving forward with this, but I'm gonna be speaking at the Arts and Culture Commission that I think we need to kind of hold on a mural, because what if through the master plan, we decide we're not gonna have the activity center, you know, so anyway, thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, a final comment?
Before I head to you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Evert.
Yeah,
She's
I
being
just-
so quiet over there, so I apologize. Go
That's
ahead,
all right.
Councilwoman.
I had a question on the playground equipment, if we can go back to that.
Sure.
And I know you said this is not exactly what we're getting, but is this play equipment what we're gonna get, basically?
This is the design of the playground equipment, yes. There
Okay.
are some minor adjustments.
Is any of this equipment ADA accessible?
It is. That was a top priority for us. So when we reached out, we made sure that they provided us with fully ADA accessible equipment.
Okay.
So the zip lines and the spinners, those are all fully accessible.
A zip line is?
Yes. So the zip line that's proposed there does have a bucket seat, so the parents can place the child in the bucket seat,
Okay.
and they can use.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilwoman Durer, and then I think back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, just real quickly, just a word on the art. My understanding is we have a 2% of capital improvements. We're spending $2 million. So I think we're looking at $40,000 in art investment, actually, preferably in this park. So just to address that issue, that's an ordinance that we have. Secondly, on the senior center, which is why one reason I wanted to pull this, was I want to make sure, I am concerned that we have almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. So during COVID, we reduced in-person activities in enclosed spaces, we reduced programming, we didn't have the staffing, et cetera. And then it strikes me that we use that as a rationale. Well, it's not being used very much, therefore we should use it for something else. And I've seen this happen with the NABs, like the building where the NAB is going to be held is locked, the meeting is canceled. They say, well, they canceled 2 or 3 meetings last year, we don't need a NAB. We base a decision on, I think, somewhat faulty data. And I want to make sure that in your park planning process that we account for that. It's like accounting for the variables and going back to maybe before COVID. How was the senior center or the park being used then? What was the programming like? Because less programming, we're gonna have less attendance. And then you'll say, well, we don't have very many seniors coming. Well, we don't really need this. So that's the concern I have about that dynamic, about sort of creating an environment and then making a different decision based on, not very representational data. So I want to caution you, and I want to make sure that we account for that variable, maybe go back before COVID when you're doing this analysis. So thank you.
Hi, this is Carl Hall. Can I just remind council that we need to stay on the agenda? So we're kind of getting off the agenda here, so please stay focused on the specific agenda items.
My comment was on the master plan, so I'm just being clear. That's $100,000 of this project.
All right, we're good to go. Anyone else on council? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Martinez. I believe
Yes,
it's your motion.
thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm looking for the wording right here. Okay, so I move to approve staff recommendation for these two items, B7 and B8.
Okay.
Second?
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you, Matt. Great job.
Thank you.
If we're ready to move forward, we'll open up item C1.
Okay, and then good. How are you doing? All right. Mr. Clerk, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing was proper notice given and any correspondence received.
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we do have public comment.
All right.
Before we get going, I'm going to go ahead and read this ordinance introduction.
Okay, go right ahead.
And can we open C1, C2, and C3?
All right, let the record reflect, we will open C1, C2, C3. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we do have 3 written correspondence received, which were directly associated with the agenda item received prior to 4 p.m. on February 21st. Those items were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment portal and distributed to City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Hold on one second, because I've got an agenda sort of jumping around a little bit. So hold on, Mr. Clerk. I almost called you Madam. Jeez. Okay, so I'm so sorry, Mr. Clerk. I am going to actually move an agenda item around because they have to catch a flight. And I understand that taking these 3 items together could take a lot longer than we anticipate. So I need to get them out of the room. So what I'd like to do is actually jump to item D2. And then we will come back to C1, C2, and C3. City Attorney Carl Hall. Is that okay? Okay. All right. So
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
So we will jump back to that. So let's jump to D2.
Okay, opening item D2.
Okay, so at this time, this is going to be a presentation, discussion, and potential acceptance on direction to staff regarding the Downtown Management Company, marketing plan and annual operating budget and capital improvement plan for the Ballroom facility fiscal year of December 31st, 2023. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
No, we don't on this item.
Okay, all right. Then I'm going to let you take it away. And I also know that we have some representatives
from Caesars Entertainment and the RSCVA here. So after your presentation, I'm going to call them up as well.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Before you today is a presentation and discussion of the annual operating budget and capital improvement plan for the Ballroom facility, and it's for a calendar year. They work on a calendar year, so it would be through this December 31st of 2023. The Reno Ballroom opened in February of 2008, and it consists of almost 28,000 square feet of meeting and trade room space. Council approved the amended management agreement in December of 2011, and the agreement had an initial term of 5 years and can automatically extend for 3 additional 5-year terms. So if it goes the whole length, it would end in 2031. This agreement provides for the marketing plan, the annual operating budget, and the capital improvement plan. And it has to be approved each year by council. So every year they come back to council and bring this. They submit these items through finance. We go ahead and review the annual financials, and then we prepare the staff report and such for council. For 2022, there was a net profit of $391,155, and there were capital expenditures of $45,437. The balance in the capital account as of December is $511,439. For 2023, the estimated net profit, so that would be for this current year that we'd be talking about, would be $368,000 approximately, and the capital expenditures are estimated to be $105,000. And on the list, they have some audiovisual equipment and signage that they're proposing. Representatives from the management company from Caesars are here, and they're available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I know that we have Mr. Carano in the back. Would you like to come up at all? Or you don't have to come up unless questions are asked or anything like that. I actually see Rick Murdoch is here, and I would love for you to also talk a little bit about what's happening downtown. Yeah, come on up.
Thank you. It's freezing out there.
I know. It's my fault. Everything's my fault, so you can blame me.
No,
So,
the sun's out though.
okay, I'm taking credit for that then.
Yeah. I'm just really here to introduce, the Caesars team.
I'm sorry, could you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rick Murdoch.
Thank you.
With Caesars Entertainment for about 44 years. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. I want to introduce, Ken. He is the Senior VP and President of Caesars Entertainment for the Row, and Brian Carano, who is our Director of Finance. And they're going to present the numbers and talk a little bit about what we're doing in downtown Reno. We've got a lot of things going on, a lot of positives besides just the ballroom. Everybody thinks, oh gosh, the Row runs the ballroom, but we do a lot more than that, and I think we're going to get some of that to you today so you really know what we really do. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brian and Ken.
And just to remind everyone, we have this presentation annually. Hello.
Hello.
Have you been here before, Ken? I can't remember.
This will be my first time for
Your
the
first time.
council
Well,
and
welcome.
chamber, so thank you very, very much for
Welcome.
having me. It's truly
And
an
welcome
honor.
to Reno.
No, I truly love it, and it is an honor to be here. I really do mean. I'm glad. Last year I had to do this in Zoom, and it's great to be able to do it in person. With me is our Director of Finance, Brian Carano. I think Vicki hit all the things he was going to talk about, so he's got nothing left to say other than wave.
Well, she's that good. She's that good.
So she did do that, but I just wanted to take a moment. Thank you and everyone for your support throughout this year. Caesars Entertainment and the Row are dedicated to see the city thrive. And that's really what our goal is here. The ballroom is just one small piece of it, but the goal is for us to be able to be partners, collaborative, and work in any way possible to make it continue to thrive. 2022 was a remarkable year. We've seen 3 years of losses, but then last year, I don't know what changed. I wish I could take credit as the general manager, but
it was
not,
you.
It was
All
not
you.
me. It was we had a little bit of pent-up demand, and ended up resulting in a record year. Our previous record year was in 2019 of $240,000 in profit, but at $393,000 in profit is truly remarkable, and is a testament to the team and the efforts that they've put forward. This upcoming year is pretty exciting as well. In 2022, as a point of perspective, we've booked just over 50 events, 51 to be exactly, and we have 43 events booked now in mid-February with the remaining of the year to go. So we feel confident we'll be able to continue to push forward and beat that number from the current year. And the Ballroom's just one piece of it. As I mentioned, we're very active and excited about further activating all of downtown, including the bowling stadiums. We have additional years in the bowlers. We have additional concerts coming to the REC. We have a packed March, which we're super excited about. As everybody knows, we have Reba McEntire coming down to the REC. We'll be activating the space right in front of the Ballroom with a block party for a pre-event. So be working, hopefully we'll be submitting our permits soon to close the streets down and submit that. But long story short, I guess what I want to be able to say is that we're here for the city of Reno as a partner and a collaborator, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And you have a new events marketing, I don't know if we call him director, but doing the bowling stadium, which is really exciting. So he's creating all the synergy that's happening.
Absolutely, and so he will play his cards perfectly. I'm very excited to see some of the things that we hopefully be able to pull from other markets and bring on to Reno.
And I appreciate your support in that, because I know it's something that we have worked on, getting the RCVA to the table to do that for far too long, and because of your leadership, that was able to happen. So thank you very, very much.
My pleasure.
Sir, could you state your name for the record as well?
Absolutely. I apologize. I heard you ask Rick, but I just so it's Ken Ostenposki. I'm the Senior Vice President and General Manager for the Row at Caesars Entertainment.
Okay, I'm going to open up to the body for questions. Any questions? See, we're easy.
It's all good. And listen, council members, if you're, I'm happy to talk about anything at any time. My door is always open. Don't hesitate to reach out. My goal is to make sure that we all work together and find the best way to make Reno thrive.
Okay, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
You've encouraged me.
3 minutes.
So I guess mine is not so much about the Ballroom. Congratulations on the performance. It must thrill you, and it does us. My question is that we have this huge placemaking study underway, and tomorrow is the final report from the consultants. I know that they have reached out to individual stakeholders. I have to imagine you're one. One of the things that many of us have talked about for a long time is opening up your walls and potentially putting in, whether it's shops or coffee shops or small kiosks or whatever it is, to create some activation on the street and to get people, potentially walk into a, quote, Starbucks or whatever, and then continue walking into your casino. Is that a reality? I mean, are you actually amenable to that at this point?
Yeah, so I want to say first and foremost, we have been actively involved with Amy Pennington as well as the Gales Group to make sure that we're collaborating with them. We've met with them twice already to talk about and hear their thoughts. The great news is that we don't come in with a set plan. We're here to work together to come up with the best way to make it thrive. We are going to come down tomorrow because we know some of the things that they're going to share. We've responded that we are very favorable of all the things they're recommending, and am happy to continue to discuss opportunities to open up and make the Virginia Street and our forefront as active as possible.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll follow on. I saw a preliminary view of what Virginia Street might look like in your general area. And it looked like there were some fairly designated bike lanes potentially. It was just one draft. I think they're still considering many drafts. Yeah. But what I noted was that the artist drew in a lot of trees that were bigger. And what that's going to involve is tearing up the street and putting in what we call silvicells in order to have enough soil and water underneath all the hardscape to actually allow these trees to grow. Right. And I'm sure you're a well-traveled fellow, and I try to be. And wherever I go, whatever town I am, the areas that draw us are those that are shaded, that create a sense of ambiance. It's not just you're walking by, but you're stopping. And I want to make sure it's going to cost some money. It probably would be right outside your door. It might involve a double row of trees. We actually, the manager and I looked at that. So I want to hear, I hope I hear that you're supportive of that. I know that you have planted trees down by the parking lot, the garage, but this is going to take some more. you know, and I just wanted to put that out there. We're one of the fastest warming cities in America. And if that, you know, it's supposed to enhance economic development by at least 15%, just having a shady space to sit or hang out or visit. They have done all kind of economic studies, in addition to cleaning the air and preventing the heat aggregation that we see. So I just wanted to put out a marker there. I hope you'll join us in this. It will take some funding, but it is worth it in the end.
Yeah, no, listen, simply put as I can say, anything that helps Virginia Street thrive will only help us as well. And so we as an organization are supportive of finding the best path forward, whatever that may be. Do I know that path? I really don't. And while I'm not a designer, you know, I run businesses, but I am happy to be able to look at all options, and we're large organizations, and people who are designers will probably give their 2 cents and thoughts on what they think the best options are. But we want to be partners. So,
Great.
So know that we're
thank
open
you
to
for
it.
that. I just wanted to go on the record. Thank you.
I'm going to cut you off.
No, I'm
Sorry.
done. I just wanted to thank
All right. Any other questions?
Councilmember Reese has his hand up.
Okay, go ahead. Councilman Reese, and then Mr. Rick Murdoch, any parting words from our CVA side and downtown side? Come on up. Go ahead, Councilman Reese. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I just simply wanted to express my thanks to the Carano family and Mr. Murdoch especially. It gives me a tremendous sense of pride when I know that Caesars Entertainment, one of the global leaders in this industry, is a Reno-based company and a family-owned company. I understand it's publicly traded and all that, but it still is something where I travel and see, you know, the Caesars name, and really gives me a great deal of pride to know that that's something that we can be very proud of as the city of Reno. Every year, as you make this presentation, you know, we're looking for the same things that every city, I think, is looking for. We want engagement, activation of our city streets, our roadways. We want conventions and entertainment to be here. And I believe that you have allowed us to elevate what Reno is capable of, and I'm looking forward to the future. We have a number of partnerships, including the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, and a number of things that we're working on collaboratively. And I think it's always a welcome opportunity to revisit what makes a city successful and thrive. And I think one of the things that makes a successful city is having partners who share the same vision. So thank you for that. I know the mayor is leading the charge at the RSCVA with help, and also knowing that regionally we have great ways in which we can continue to be the biggest little city, but also take time to know that we have historical roots here. So thank you again to the Carano family and to Mr. Murdoch. I appreciate you. It's been a privilege getting to work with Brian on a number of the internal committees as well. And so again, my thanks to all of you, and let's just keep sharing that positive vision for Reno.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Go ahead, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Rick Murdoch, for the record again. Thank you. Interesting, you know, I work for, obviously, the Caesars, and I am on the RCVA. I am also on NCOT. I'm a commissioner on the Nevada Commission on Tourism, appointed by Governor Sisolak, hopefully be reappointed by the other governor, but I'm a downtown Northern Nevada guy, but when you sit on that commission, you know, you're for the region. So it's been interesting. So I wear a lot of hats, and I wanted to let you know that we're always fighting for downtown or anybody that's in Northern Nevada. That's what we do on the Commission on Tourism. What's interesting is there's about 7 points I just really wanted to make on bowling, because I think we really need to clarify what we've done as a collaborative, the city. Caesars Entertainment itself is now paying up to $20 per bowler plus 10 back to the RCVA for a room night. Just so you know, we pay that. The RCVA doesn't, though Caesars does, on top of a site fee that the RCVA pays as well, that gets reimbursed back to RCVA from your lineage in your building. So something that you just need to know those things. I think a lot of people don't understand that this bowling stadium, when it really does. It's right now, as we sit from 212 to 221, that bowling stadium has made an impact of $455 million. Each bowling Congress that's coming in, the one this year, is a $70 million impact in this community. tourism is what we pays our taxes. I hope we all realize that, and I know you all do, and it's important to keep that bowling stadium as thriving. We just signed the women to a new agreement. We have 4 years of bowlers, of the biggest conventions in the United States. The men will be 50,000, the women will be about probably 15 to 20,000. But the room nights generated by the men alone are 75,000 room nights in this community. Not always staying at the Row, staying everywhere else. You also have compression, is what we call it in our industry. When the Row does this, when you bring in Reba McEntire or you bring in the bowlers, it compresses the market. So everybody lifts the room tax, which comes back to all of us, and everybody lifts and fills their buildings because we're compressing and bringing business in to lift the boats. All boats float high when we're bringing business to this downtown. We need downtown to be, it's at the top of its game right now. We're moving in the right direction. In 4 years, it'll be a $200 million impact, those 4 events, having 4 bowling events combined in 4 years, $200 million. I mean, we're lucky to have that bowling stadium, and I think everybody just, what does it do? What is it doing? It's doing it. We also are in contact with the university. We've got esports. We're looking at the bowling stadium, changing out the Hall of Fame to a new esports center. University's coming down. This will also help the Ballroom, also help the REC. Got a lot of opportunity. I think, again, we also fund the surcharge, which I think the council knows that $2. Our group, downtown, funds $3. The other group funds $2. South, all the other properties, but that doesn't come downtown. Our money stays downtown for us to use for CapEx and a mile radius around downtown. So we pay a lot that I don't think everybody realizes how much money is coming back from us, and again, it's not just us, it's the RCBA. It's all of us together making this money come back. And I just want to say one last thing. Tourism is the #1 thing. We need to make it easy to do good tourism in this city. We need to keep the streets safe. We need to keep people moving. We need to find homes for the homeless and make sure we can do business. So we got to stay fresh. One more thing, if you don't have the bowlers, you don't have airport getting all those reservations. We're fighting for air service every day as our community needs it. Everybody's always saying, why is that flight canceled? Why is this? We've got to get better at it. And the more business we book like this, the better the airport thrives too as well. A lot of jobs for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you make such great points. Why is it so important that we all want tourism and gaming to succeed? And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people live in the state of Nevada, right? The welcoming tax base, right? So it's really important, and it's our #1 industry. We want to do whatever it takes to make it successful because then it helps all of us, to your point. So I think you made some excellent points. I've never seen this much interest too on that side of the street. There's a lot of energy, things are happening. I want to remind the public too, that it was open to the public for National Bowling Day, I think they called it, and it was just a huge success. And so we want to continue to promote local events being in there and the general public as well. And thanks to your leadership, that's happening. And I also want to commend Mr. Murdoch because quite honestly, and I've not been shy about this, but you have been very, very instrumental in helping downtown get its fair share whenever it comes to the RCBA, because that board can get very, very territorial. And honestly, if you think about it, most of the room nights are generated where? Downtown. So we need to, so I need help over there, and I really appreciate you advocating for downtown Reno and the city of Reno, quite honestly, or else it would have cost us about, I think it's $16 million a year for those facilities, to run those facilities. So I want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. That was a big, big win, and I don't think people realize how massive that was for the city of Reno, or we would have had to take on that cost. And then what does that happen? It goes back into the community and creates hardship. So thank you very much for your leadership on that. All right, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor. It is your ward.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of our city. Bring on the bowlers. Motion to approve. Staff's
All right,
recommendation.
I love it. I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor. I have a second from Councilman Martinez.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and congratulations. I remember we've done this many times where you've had to come here and say, oh, we're not doing so well. We didn't make a profit. But look at what you've done. Awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you,
All
everyone.
right, have a
Thank you.
great day.
Appreciate it.
All right, okay, so we're gonna jump back to C1, C2, C3, Mr. Clerk.
Perfect. And just to clarify and
Okay.
keep us on track,
Oh,
we'll open
C2, 3,
C1
4.
first on its own, the ordinance introduction. After that, if we can have the city attorney read the bill, and then we can open items C2 through 4 together.
Okay, so I'm gonna send it back to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. And just for clarification, we're going to hear C1 first. That's ordinance introduction, bill number 7229, case number ANX 23-0001, 1045 Hogue Road annexation. Ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory of one parcel being plus or minus 3 acres of property located northwest of Hogue Road, plus or minus 670 feet west of its intersection with Mason Road. Subject site is located within the City of Reno Sphere of Influence and Truckee Meadows Service Area, TMSA. The subject site has a zoning designation of unincorporated transition, 5 acres, UT5, and master plan designation of unincorporated transition, UT Ward 4.
All right, thank you so much. Just to clarify again, Mr. Clerk, was proper notice given, any correspondence received, and any public comment?
Yes, proper notice was given, and we do have several public comment on this item.
Okay.
So first, we will ask Diana Kreitz, followed by Lloyd Kreitz.
And then there was, is that your picture? No. But you have a picture.
We're just
Okay,
pulling it
there you
up
go.
here. There we go.
There you go. Is it all in there? A little bit, kind of, not really. Okay, there you go.
That's wild. I don't have control. Good morning, everybody. My name is Diana Kreitz. I live at 1050 Hogue Road. Hogue Road was established in the 1950s. Our home has been on top since 1968. The road itself spans from top to bottom of North Virginia Street, which is approximately 1 mile. The border that surrounds the Hogue Road area are the City of Reno, private property, and National Forest. The city limit ends on Hogue Road where the pavement ends, which is 330 feet from the top of the hill. The dirt easement that extends from the pavement up and around the houses to 1045 is 1,720 feet of national forest and privately owned property. That easement, or road, was established and recorded by the homeowners in 1989. That document established that the easement to be private and maintained by the homeowners of said properties. If 1045 was to be annexed and rezoned, that property would become a peninsula, and the city would have to either access 1045 Hogue Road through privately owned property or national forest. There really is no place for the city to grow if annexed. The grade of the hill from Mason Road to the top is approximately 14 to 16%. The top of the road, which ends on bedrock, as you can see. When you look at the Google map picture, the tiny one, you can see the bedrock on the east side of 1045 extends north to south for 2.5 acres, over 5,000 feet to the north and to the south. To bring the road to city standards, 1045 would have to pay for the road to be paved, which they have already told us they cannot afford at this time. According to Sierra Stripers, this means the road would have to be dug down 12 to 18 inches with a 6 to 8 inch base and 4 inches of asphalt. This would not bring the road down to a 10% grade or to city standards. The owners of 1045 would have to bring up water and utilities through the bedrock. Blasting through the bedrock may cause structural damages to the houses close to 1045 since they were built on cinder blocks and only have crawl spaces. According to Bruce McKay's Well Company, blasting and digging may or may not disturb our existing aquifers. However, they encourage the homeowners to have their wells checked before development to see if the quality of water changes for the worse, and if so, to seek litigation. So I respectfully ask the City Council and Madam Mayor not to approve the annexation or the rezoning of 1045. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, any further public comment?
We do. We have Gabriel Burke next, followed by Vincent Wiltowski.
Gabriel, you want to come up?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think Lloyd Kreitz was next. I apologize. Followed by Gabriel Burke.
Good morning. I'm Lloyd Kreitz and I reside at 1050 Hogue Road. This property borders the south of 1045. The Wood Rogers application states that there's a right-of-way on the northeast corner of 1050 property. There are huge rocks that are underground and above ground that starts quite a ways north of 1045 and continues south into the 1050 property for about 60 feet. It goes underground and it continues. The previous owners of 1045 back in 2015 requested an additional electrical power to their property. In 2015, we made a one-time easement agreement with NV Energy to bring a 300 amp circuit from the underground box that is down the hill on Hogue Road. This trench started from the underground box that is 235 feet down the hill to the east, and then it comes alongside Hogue Road and into the property of 1050. It goes around the large rock outcropping up to the service panel to the south side of 1045's property line. It took weeks just to dig that. It took weeks to dig that and damaged quite a few equipment. The 450-foot trench measures 74 feet into the property of 1050 on both the north and the east property lines. It circles the entire property and there is no separation. I spoke with Laura Shaling, senior right-of-way agent with NV Energy during the time of this agreement was established and just recently. She has stated that this is a one-time only easement for NV Energy and is not for any right-of-way passage for any additional utilities of any kind. Measuring that section for the 33-foot easement on both the north and east property lines, it places that easement right in the middle of that rock pile. In 2017, we were making plans to build a shop on our property, and we went down with the blueprints, and the city of Reno told us that for no reason do they ever want to disturb or remove any natural rock formations. There is no access or right-of-way that can be used on the 1050 property due to the natural rock formations and electrical easement. I sincerely request that the City Council not approve the zoning or the master plan for the 1045 property. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Gabriel Burke, followed by Vincent Wiltowski.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Gabriel Burke. I want to say thank you to all of you for hearing this, and especially those council members that made their trip up there. I hope it made an impression to see it in person. Again, my name is Gabriel Burke. My wife, daughter, and I live at 1335 Hogue Road. That is 3 lots due west of 1045. We share about 700 feet of driveway off of Hogue Road, as well as obviously Hogue Road, with the applicants, on a right-of-way from the National Forest Service parcel that is separate to the west. You've heard comments on the grade of the road at the top of the hill, and some of you have seen it in person. It has been pointed out that after leaving city limits, the road becomes a gravel road on an assortment of easements and right-of-ways that has been in place informally or semi-formally since the 1950s, most formally in 1989, when there were 7 houses up there with an unimproved trail, head, and fire road access onto National Service land. Excuse me. The National Forest Service land has always been a draw. My grandparents on both sides moved up there in the 1950s and 1960s, and my parents grew up hiking and horse riding in those hills, as did I. I have watched the amount of use of the land change greatly, from target shooting, hiking, and equestrian activities to mountain biking, side-by-side ATVs, and illegal dumping. Everyone who lives up there appreciates the surroundings and understands that the National Forest Service lands are a public benefit that make for a better city and county, as well as a beautiful neighborhood. And we understand that our colloquial backyard is everyone's backyard. But the increased population and popularity of various outdoor activities come at a cost to the land and a cost to the neighborhood. On the public lands, small trails and roads get rutted out, becoming broader, uglier, and less passable every year. It gets noisier and more littered every year. The visitors park on more and more of the native vegetation every year, and every subsequent spring brings a new crop of invasive weeds. Excuse me. And every year, the road that was an informal agreement between neighbors gets worse and worse. We already deal with a bit of hodgepodge of expectations up there. If I want to build something, I talk to the city. If I want to report illegal dumping or poaching, I call into the National Forest Service. If it's illegal target shooting, it's Washoe County Sheriff's. If it's a fire, maybe it's the city fire station at the bottom of the hill. Maybe it's a federal outfit. They both have responded at different times and sometimes responded simultaneously. This annexation and rezoning does nothing to address the hodgepodge of services. I would respectfully ask that you do not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vincent Wiltowski, followed by Cassandra Bump.
Hi, I'm Vincent Wiltowski, and I'm going to just show you the grade of the road that we have going up. Yeah, that's part of our grade that we have to deal with every day. And when we get snow, like in this next picture, this is what happens. This is a common thing that happens on this hill. We get a lot of wrecks. Because it is pretty treacherous going up and down this road, and we don't get any help maintaining it at all. And right now, it's a mess up there. And that's pretty much what I wanted to just show, is what we get right there, as far as that goes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Cassandra Bum, followed by Steve Mathers.
Hello, I'm Cassandra Bum. Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. These pictures, these here show a house fire. These are just other fires that were up at the top of Hogue Road.
Would you mind speaking into the mic? I'm sorry, you might need it.
Sorry, my concern is the fires and the first responders being able to get up there and respond. This fire that happened in the early 2000s, there was only one fire truck that was able to get up there, and there's a fire hydrant down into the city limits. So we don't have any fire services up at the top. So I stood watching the fire eat the house. There was firemen up there that couldn't do anything. Their hose that they were able to hook up basically looked like a little squirt gun trying to get the fire out. There's not enough pressure for going up the hill because it's so steep, so there isn't the pressure that the fire hose is needing to combat any fires. When they put the fire hose, it blocked all incoming and outgoing traffic. There's only one way in and one way out. So I was supposed to be leaving. I was not able to leave. I was blocked into our residence. If the fire had spread, other fire trucks weren't even allowed to get up the hill. There was one that was blocked because of the hose. So there was, again, the one fire truck, and I can't remember how many firemen. We just stood and watched while, 2 or 3 were putting water onto the home. So my question is about the safety of if there's going to be, they're supposed to bring utilities up there. The closest fire hydrants and things like that are down the way, and having the island that it would make, I don't know if it would have fire safety, if first responders would be able to get there. During the storms, the waste management wasn't able to pick up our garbage or anything because it's too steep. It's over the 14% grade. So what happens if we had a fire? What happens if we had somebody needing an ambulance or any other safety concerns up there? Because of the snow on the grade of the hill, it prevents a lot of utilities being able to go up and down. Our safety is at a great concern. Our neighbors lost a home because the fire trucks weren't able to get up there. The fire hydrant was too far, and the grade of the hill prevents the pressure of the water. So my concern is for the safety of the residents there and anybody who would be building up there. So I don't think it's a good idea for any additional building up there because of the terrain. I am for other building in Reno, other areas where it makes sense. This area does not make sense. The terrain is just too hard to get to. Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Mathers, followed lastly by Cynthia Fednick.
Mayor Shivey and member of the City Council, I'm Steve Mathers, a concerned citizen about some of the annexation and zone changes at the top end of Hogue Road. I ran track cross country for the university for many years and as a runner after that, and I can tell you this is a very special area. I'm friends with many of the people up there, and I'm concerned about the pros of development. The map over here shows the green is all Forest Service land. Where it says 1045 Hogue Road, this is the subject property, and this is Cindy and her daughter's property, with their properties. All the properties you see here are all completely.
Sir, I'm sorry, could you use the mic so we can capture what you're saying? Thanks.
All the properties that are here are surrounded by Forest Service lands and large lots. So there's a grand total of 10 houses up here with one person asking for 9 additional. So with that, I'd like to point out on this picture how people access this area. And so Hogue Road comes up here across, and this is Hogue Roadway. Then all the roads that come off of that are driveway easements. This is a driveway easement across the Forest Service land. These are private driveway easements. So, and that's what I'd like to speak about for a second. The applicant wants to continue to use this driveway easement as access to the subdivision is absurd. It's not a road easement. Secondly, this driveway easement was meant to access 2 properties, not 1 at 1075 and 9 at the subject property. If the subdivision needs a road, This isn't it. To think that any resident should be subjected to ninefold traffic on their driveway easement is just not right. A driveway easement does not a road make. I suggest you turn the applicant down because he doesn't have a road to his subdivision. Also problematic is the island that the subdivision creates. The existence of a picturesque bedrock ridge starting where the pin is and going all the way up here is sometimes very high, 20 feet, 30 feet. And the biggest part of that is right at the end of the road. You see it as you drive up the whole road, and it's the most beautiful part of getting up here. The property is geographically separated by this ridge from the city below. None of the residents up above can even see the city below because of this high bedrock ridge. So my contention is it makes an island on that side because of that, and then everything else around it is either Forest Service land or private property. I would suggest that you turn this project down because of the island that it creates. Again, nobody can even see the city from up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And lastly, we have Cynthia Fednick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Fednick. I live at 1075 Hogue Road. It's good to see the ones of you that came up to meet us and to look around at our neighborhood. I put this picture on because of the bedrock. The other day, Wes asked me to help him measure. I'll tell you what, climbing around on that bedrock was an eye-opener. My daughter and her cousin used to spend hours playing on it. I never actually climbed around on the bedrock. It's massive, massive. It towers over me, towers. It goes for feet past 1045. If this is 1045, it goes way past him, all along his east side of his house, his whole property. And it goes on and on. On the other side of 1045 is me. I've always loved this bedrock. The bedrock makes an island in 1045 in his 3 acres that he wants to make into 9 lots, 9 third-acre lots. The other day I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking, so the snowplow is going to come through city limits, and then he's going to come through Forest Service and private driveway easements about a third of a mile past my house to 1045. And he's going to pick up his blade going all the way through the Forest Service and the private easements. And then he's going to put his blade down and plow 1045's 9 houses that he has in there. And then he's going to get done with that and put his blade up and go all the way that third of a mile back and get to city limits and put his blade back down and go down the hill. I found that hilarious. To tell you the truth, I woke up and I was cracking up. And you've heard all the other reasons to deny this project. The easements, the road itself is not just a straightaway road. It's all kinds of different people own it. The fire danger, the cost to the city for fire and police for realistically what? 4 houses, maybe, I don't know, whatever. I don't know what those numbers are. That boggles my mind. I'm a nurse. I don't do numbers. I do healthcare. But it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to any of us. And again, it was awesome to meet you. Deny this project, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that concludes our public comment in the room.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to staff. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. Grace McAdin, Senior Management Analyst for the record, here to discuss the annexation of 1045 Hogue Road. So the request before you is a voluntary annexation of one 3-acre parcel. The subject site is 3 acres in size, located in Ward 4, east of Old Virginia and north of Hogue Road. The site is also within our sphere of influence. So before I get into this particular request, I would like to go over what an annexation is and what staff looks at during our review. These are the annexation review considerations found in code that lay out what should be looked at during an annexation review. So I'll go over each of these considerations individually in regards to this particular request. But from a high level, an annexation is when Washoe County land becomes City of Reno land. So the next thing I would like to go over is the sphere of influence. The sphere of influence is a boundary that is outside the city limits where the city still has land use authority. So what this means is that if anyone within the sphere of influence would like to apply for a building permit, for a shed, an addition, or a zone change, they have to come into the City of Reno with those requests, and they have to meet our standards. The sphere of influence is a boundary that was created with the master plan. This is an area where the city plans to expand based on population projections and capacity for growth. So now we can get into this particular request. Going back to our review criteria, this is close to existing City of Reno development and relatively close to downtown. Additionally, it abuts city limits to the east, so it will not create any islands. Consideration 3 discusses the need for expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. So as you can see here, I took this from Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. We have an approximate growth rate of 0.92%. You can also see here that Reno accounts for a majority of that population growth. Consideration 4 is the location of existing and planned water and sewer service. The site is within the Truckee Meadows service area. This means that the applicant would be required to hook up to Tumwa at the time of development, and Tumwa would serve this site. The red line you see on your screen is an approximate location of existing services like sewer and storm drain, and these are about 300 feet from the site. Review consideration 6 talks about the efficient and cost-effective provision of service areas and capital facilities. You can see here the subject site is highlighted in yellow, and City of Reno Fire is about a half a mile away from the site. Reno Fire is the most logical response for this area. The closest Truckee Meadows Fire Station is in Cold Springs, and the next closest is in Sun Valley. Here are some additional review considerations that I did not touch on specifically. Consideration 5 is regarding community goals. I think things like adequate response time and housing are met by this request. Consideration 8 is in regards to community management plan, which Washoe County does not have for this area. And consideration 7 is only applicable for projects over 20 acres in size. However, the city would receive taxes from this site, which would be a positive impact. Although public transit is not a specific review consideration, I think it's important to point out that Route 7 is just over a half a mile away from this site. You can also see here how close the site is from downtown, and I think it's about 2 miles from the university. Based on the review considerations for the annexation, staff recommends approval of this request. The recommended motion is on your screen, and I'm available for questions. I would also like to point out that the applicant's representative from Wood Rogers is here for questions as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I want to get some clarification from our city attorney. So
we can ask questions, and then we can vote on this? Or do you want us to wait to take a vote and open the other items?
You can ask questions and vote on this item.
Okay, and then we'll do the other ones together? Okay, thanks, Carl. Okay, so I heard from you, to me, it sounded like the recommendation was basically because of the fire response?
For staff.
And then it was like some community, yeah.
For staff's recommendation?
Yeah.
So for an annexation, we have review considerations to consider during our review. These are the 10 review considerations. So in the staff report, we kind of go over consideration 1 through 10 and say how each request meets those considerations. The fire response is one of those considerations. And because City of Reno Fire is so much closer than Truckee Meadows Fire Agency, that was kind of how staff met that particular element of an annexation. And then as far as a community management plan, another one of the review criteria that we have to look at, and Washoe County does not have one for this area, so that was kind of a non-issue for this project.
Okay. Do you know if any staff went to the area? Because I went there. The
Yes.
terrain is incredibly challenging. I think, there were a lot of people that came and spoke about this at public comment. And so to me, like looking at everything that I saw when I was there, this wouldn't make sense.
So
to approve this at all in any way. So I'm curious to know if staff went up there to see kind of what the landscape was. And I actually, like I said, I think people spoke, to that point. If you're up there, it's very stark and you can tell that, you wouldn't want to annex this.
Yes, so me and Angela Foose went to the site along with some council members that went with us. I think that the key point to point out here is that there's no development with this request, and I think access was brought up as a common concern and a common issue. The only way that those things get improved is through development. So this is kind of the first step in that process. I also think it's important to point out that there's a trailhead at the end of Hogue Road, which a lot of people frequent. So without this easement being improved, it'll stay the way it is. And so they're kind of in this space where if they want to do anything, they have to come in for these types of requests first, and then they can start improving the roadways and the easements.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a hard time making the findings here. I don't see it, but that's just me. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I had the opportunity to go out to the site and not just visit with the residents, but also drive the whole area. I went during a period where there was snow on the ground. It was very muddy. I brought a four-wheel drive vehicle, and even that was difficult. The reason, I love that map, and I don't know if you have it handy where it shows the purple and the, could you just put that up really quick? I think this map really demonstrates why the city ends where it ends and where the paved road is. So the area in purple is serviced by Hogue Road, paved. But where it goes to brown, the road is no longer paved and the grade changes significantly. It's already a steep road, something you'd think of like by other steep roads. But at this point, geography plays a part, and it goes from, let's say, a 8 to 10% grade to a 14 to 16% grade. I really question whether the fire could get up there until I had heard this story today. I did not know that my suspicions have been confirmed. I said the only way to respond to a fire there would be to drag hoses over the rocks. That means our firefighters would have to go over the rocks. The only other alternative is to bring in a brush truck. And when we respond now, and this is a question, I wanted to confirm that when we respond now, because we are closer than the county, we get reimbursed for that response over a certain amount of time that we would spend. If we were to annex this, that response would be all on our dime. And I think to just annex one property of 3 acres, I don't really think this is where we want to grow and how we want to grow. I think this area, because of its geography, because the change in terrain is properly addressed by being in the county and having that bigger property zoning, whether it's LR 2.5 or 5, 1 home per 5 acres, whatever. I think that is appropriate. And if I have a number of other issues in terms of you know, while you say it is connected, it looks like it's connected. It would be extension of the purple, but you can't get there from there. You know, it is an island because it's separated by a very massive rock formation. It's very hard. And so that way, maybe on a flat map, without being out there, it looks like it's connected. But in reality, you would have to go either far to the north and around or use these other access roads to the south. So I don't really view it as a connected geographically. You know, it may be connected on a map, but it's not physically connected. It's very difficult to get in these services. You talked about Tamwa. I don't know how they would bring in water. They can't, I mean, they would have to blast through this rock or go all the way around the properties. And then when they brought it in, I guess that would mean other properties would probably want to or could hook up. And your point about, and I understand this is not about you, but your point, which is a good one, which is that growth brings development, I think is a good point. However, to access the backcountry, the Forest Service country, I really think that's a Forest Service responsibility to improve that road for better access up to their recreation area. Yeah. So that's my perspective. Okay. What? Good job. Yeah, thank you. That's my perspective. I may have more comments when we go back around. I too could not, at this point, make findings. So we'll see where this goes.
Councilman Reese, and then I'll come back to you guys.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Mackinnon, first of all, thank you for the project overview and the presentation, and also for you and Ms. Foose going out with us to see the site. I think my colleagues have really hit the nail on the head in many ways, so I won't belabor the point, but I will say that as I focus on NRS 268.670, you know, I had some concerns. First, I'll note some concerns that I have about item number 3, which is the need or expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. I just don't know that this is where the city of Reno intends to grow, although the sphere of influence identifies a potential option for growth over a period of time. I don't see the city of Reno growing in this area.
Okay.
The second part, and of course, all annexation decisions that we make as a body are perhaps one of the more critical things that we consider as a body, because it's about the planned or future growth within the city limits. And when we make the decision to annex, I think it is one of the more awesome powers that we wield. Oftentimes those are voluntary annexations requests by, sometimes I suppose they are annexations that we initiate. But I think too, the item number 5 in 268-670 talks about community goals that would be met by the proposed annexation. And in my mind, having met with the adjoining landowners and thinking about the access to the trailheads and the surrounding Forest Service lands, I cannot make that finding. And so for me, again, another concern is raised by the very specific criteria that we have to analyze. The other thing I'll say about item number 6, which is the efficient and cost-effective provision of service areas. Look, I think our firefighter personnel are the best in the country. We really do have great folks working for us at the City of Reno Fire Department. And they would say they will be the first to roll when the call comes. And I believe that under our mutual aid agreements and various required responses, that we would still be serving that area. But I don't think that that is the determinant factor. I think too, there is concern, I think, raised by our police officers about their ability to get up there and service the area. So for me, I cannot make findings related to this particular property and whether it would be wise use of our existing resources to serve that area. Again, I think all annexations are a difficult question, and I thank the staff for allowing us to make the policy choices. I know that the recommendation was related really to the way in which you view annexations as very, I would say, black and white. You know, they meet the requirements of 268-670, but at a policy level, I simply cannot make the findings necessary to agree that an annexation would be appropriate this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reese. The mayor had to step away. Let me ask if there are any other council members who would like to ask questions or make comments. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, if we could bring up the 10 findings. Now, you said this is in the sphere, that's 20 years, but is it in the annexation program, that's 7-year horizon?
We do not have an annexation program at this time. I think the last
Okay,
annexation for that was a number of years ago.
Yeah, the 7-year generally brings in a lot more information for each subject site. And with that, you go to the 10, and some of the comments you made about the 10 are, I heard, it brings in tax revenue. And, well, anything incorporated, any development, in theory, incrementally brings in revenue. But did your analysis go as far to saying, well, what liabilities it brought into, in terms of looking at some of the deficiencies that are, the roadway I heard is not to grade? Did you say, oh, on the other side of the ledger, it brings in a road that, adds to the public works road deficiency? Did you take it down in that level? And to balance those against the taxes it brought in projected?
Yes. And I think access is kind of a key point here. It's currently private, and that's not anticipated to change at this time. At the time of development, that would be a whole separate request. So because it's private and it would remain private, that wouldn't be an addition for the city of Reno for services. Okay, so it'd be a private road, but still it's a standard that's not being met, for these new people. No cause of their own. They're coming onto a standard road. And so with not having a 7-year plan or even a management plan, because there have been times, and I know you're not a planner. I thought you were in the finance department and bringing more of the economics analysis in. But there were times where the city would go out to these areas that are probably on the path of development and having the city around and look at, what city issues, what county issues, maybe where the lines should be drawn, because we've seen a lot of one annexation come in and the next, and domino. And I think you're at a real hard spot of looking into these 10, not knowing some of the issues, about waste management, can't get up there and anything without having that planning effort first for this area. That's what those management plans do. That's what the 7-year plan does. So I think if the council says not now, it could go on the planning department work program for something to look at. And every community deserves that, whether or not they're annexed or not. They deserve their deficiencies looked at. I hear a lot of deficiencies from these folks. We can partner with the county. But at this time, I'm finding some flaws in your analysis. One was, mostly for fire. Well, what's the alternative not having fire and going through a subdivision process? It's the more non-urban, rural response that Truckee Meadows brings to them. And you need to go deep into that analysis to propose, I think, an annexation to us as your staff recommendation. So I'm kind of with the rest of the council, although I do think that this area could be addressed, should be addressed through a planning effort, a management planning effort with the county. And I'd just like to say we've done those in the past. We should do those in the past, in the future. Because the development pressure is there, and you don't deserve some of the inadequacies you've had.
Thanks, Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you, Ms.
Let me ask, is there
Dewar.
any other comments from the members of the body? I have a second comment. Nothing from these members. Did you have any comments?
No.
Okay, Mr. Reese, any more comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. I had one final comment, and this, I don't know if our attorneys will say this is okay, but if we end up not annexing this, I don't know how this vote is going to go, but if we end up, one thing to be considered is to roll back the sphere. It sounds like this is being driven by wanting to add an ADU, and understanding what was the driver to ask to be annexed. I don't think that the city should stand in the way of a resident adding an ADU, especially up in this area. Maybe they can do it more easily under the county rules. So I would certainly be willing to sponsor or co-sponsor or think about that if this annexation doesn't go through, but to facilitate whatever they want to do on their site. So something to think about. With that, let me turn to our ward representative, Councilmember Ebert. Do you have a motion for us?
One sec.
You got it. No, in the motion.
Angela Foos for the record. We do have the applicant here. If you would at least let him speak for the record, just to make sure whatever he wanted to bring to the table, he can get it on the record.
All right, I'll turn this back over to the mayor, it's.
Let's let the applicant come up. And I think, I appreciate it because I think we're kind of working backwards. It's kind of hard to figure out, what the intent is and I think to Councilwoman Doer's point, you make a very good point. But sometimes the picture doesn't come together and it looks like this instead of something that's more like this. So I appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Casey. I'm with Wood Rogers. I'm representing the applicant and the resident of 1045 Hogue Road. I actually have a presentation, and I'll try not to go over what was already said. I just want to give you guys some background on how this came about and then what the long-term plans are. So the applicant is looking to subdivide the property in order to allow some of his family members to also live there. Because he's in the sphere of influence, we could not go to the county, so we had to come through the city. City of Reno has jurisdiction over this area, as has been already pointed out. And so in order for him to go down this route, in order for him to get the correct master plan and zoning designation that he needs in order to propose a subdivision to this property, he has to go through this annexation request. Just looking again, just real quick, I'm just going to go to the options. The applicant understands that the issues in this area, he agrees with all of them, everything that the neighbors have said, and he understands that he's most likely not going to be able to solve them all, right?
To do what?
To solve them with just this request. So he wanted to highlight that there were three options that they're really looking at, and this is again further down development, but we need to get through the annexation, master plan, and zone change in order to propose any type of access that would be developed to the City of Reno standards. So we would be required to develop this access to the City of Reno standards. So we basically have three options here. The one that's highlighted in yellow is the existing access, right? If this annexation, master plan amendment, zone change goes through, nothing will change. The existing access will stay the same. It's not until they propose future development will any improvements to any type of access go forward. So we have the yellow line that's highlighted. That's the existing access that would need and be required to be improved. We have the black one that is showing the City of Reno right-of-way that goes right into the southeast corner of the property. Again, this can be used for either utilities or access. But again, like everybody has pointed out, there are large rock outcroppings around there. The majority of those large rock outcroppings are not on the property or within the City of Reno right-of-way, but they do exist. The applicant's hope and his pursuit, what he's pursuing right now, is the properties that are highlighted in orange are one landowner, and they are currently talking with those landowners and to develop some type of access from the north. And so that would be extending Mason Road or Harris Road in some form to go around the rock outcroppings and then to be able to access the property from the north. So I just want everybody to kind of keep that in mind as we go forward with these two requests. That is a possibility, but we cannot propose that until we have the proper master plan and zoning to do so. So I'm available for any other questions. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, it's hard from our perspective, although our staff is supportive. So they see issues that, I don't see in terms, the city right of way. They think it's accessible, but I heard someone say that's just for, a one-time electrical easement. I don't want to go that far into the details. And then you say, well, the legal way is this roundabout Hogue, but we're kind of talking over here about this. That's just not the way we can really plan for an area like this, where we're very aware that we have some infrastructure deficiencies, people on wells right in town, grade, all those sort of things. And so the burden does come to you, and you're saying, well, we need the annexation and the new zoning and everything. And no, you don't. What we need for our community, which is these residents, whether or not they're incorporated and property owners, is an overall plan that, you know, collaboratively sketches out what the issues are, what the development potential is. You know, should these properties occur, then, you know, come through for zoning changes in the future, this is what needs to happen, dedication of an easement. So that kind of gives some basis for where we're going to go, because that orange property, you know, what's their development potential? What's going on up there? You know, the fire issues, we bring the Forest Service in to help us understand what their recreational plans say for this area. So it's just very hard to do it from the perspective of you on behalf of your applicant who pays some dollars to come in and get a yay or nay on something. The issues are more complex in serving this area from what I see. Although I do want to acknowledge that staff thinks it's workable, but I'm having a hard time. I don't think their analysis went deep enough. So thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Just one quick comment. I know that you mentioned they want some family members to live there, but we have to look at the ultimate build out, which is 8 or 9 separate lots, all having separate services, all using this deficient infrastructure. And that's what we have to look at, is not what their specific goal is today, because ultimately they could sell this property and a different person could come in and say, no, I want to build 8 or 9 homes on 3rd-acre lots and get city services. And I just don't think we're in a position to provide those city services at the level that we've adopted for the city. So I don't want to leave them in a bind. So I think there is a way forward, but that's just my feeling. So
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Ebert, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, so I can't, forgive me if I do this wrong here. I can't make a finding to approve this just based on the fact that it doesn't meet the efficient cost and effective provision for service and capital facilities, I believe, for that location. Fiscal analysis regarding proposed annexation. There's several reasons I just don't think it's a good fit. It also doesn't conform with the guiding principles in our master plan for a resilient local and regional economy, responsible and well-managed growth, thriving downtown and university district, vibrant neighborhoods and centers, well-centered city and region, safe and healthy, inclusive community, quality places and outdoor recreation opportunities, and effective government. I just don't find that it kind of that it fits with any of the goals that we're trying to achieve with the city of Reno at this time.
Okay.
So motion to deny.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert.
A second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. Any discussion?
I would just add some findings I can't make. In addition, I think that number one, the location of the property, while it appears that it's connected, it's geographically separate. I don't think it is a logical extension to the city limits based on the grade change. Just geography speaks to that. Number three, the expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. We don't have a plan to have regional growth in this area, so I can't make that finding. The location of existing and planned water service, this is number 4. We don't have a plan to expand Tumwa up there or sewer up there with the lift station requirements, the pressure requirements that were brought up. Number 5 lists a whole catalog of criteria that go to community goals, and I won't go through all of them, but I can't find a number of them, so that's number 5. 6 was already mentioned, 7 was already mentioned. I don't believe that the county has adopted a community management plan. I think the staff mentioned that. And I do believe it creates an island, a geographic island, if not an island on a map, a plan map. And I'll just leave it there, but I don't think this is where we want to grow. And to provide services, I think it would be a drain on the city. So I wanted to further buttress her suggestion.
All right, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Sending it right back. Oh, I think, Mr. Clerk, we're going to go into 2, 3, and 4.
With the motion being denied, then,
Nope, we got to do 2, 3, and 4 because it's extraterritorial jurisdiction.
okay, we're opening
Can you explain that, Mr.
2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Yes, so because this is in the sphere of influence, we exercise planning jurisdiction over the site. And so the MPA and the rezone request are still legitimate requests to the body that need to be considered.
Thank you for the clarification. So opening.
If I could just ask one more question. If we denied annexation, what you're saying is we would still be responsible for potentially changing the zoning?
Yes. So that's the net impact of your comment of saying, hey, maybe we roll the sphere of influence back. That would be us saying we decline to exercise that planning jurisdiction over this space any longer.
All we have to do, if to achieve that goal, let me just make sure I understand. We would deny 2, 3, and 4 and say the words that we would decline to exercise the sphere of influence. Is that what you're saying?
That alone would not achieve the goal, no. We would have to go through the process of amending the sphere of influence.
Right, that's what I thought. But what were you saying? We still have to go through these?
There's still applications that are live and pending in front of the city, and because we're the jurisdiction that's sort of oversees the planning and zoning decisions in this space, we have to process them.
All right.
Did that answer your questions?
It did.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, just for the record, was proper notice given, any correspondence received? I'm going to assume from our city attorney, we can open 2, 3, and 4?
Correct.
And then, with that being said, then I will let you read 2, 3, and 4.
I'm just going to read 4.
Oh, you just want to read 4? Okay, hold on one second. And do you have any public comment?
We do have 3 public comments which were directly associated with this item received prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment portal and have been distributed to council, and no further comments in the room.
Okay.
And proper notice was given.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, our city attorney, Carl Hall. Go ahead, take it away.
Madam Mayor, case number LDC 23-00002, 1045 Hogue Road Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7230, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 3-acre site located northwest of Hogue Road, plus or minus 670 feet west of its intersection with Mason Road from unincorporated transition. 5 acres, UT5 to single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 4.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert for a motion.
Motion to deny. Request to rezone.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Wait,
Yeah.
are we going to hear from the applicant?
Yeah. Typically, an applicant will ask to withdraw at this point so as not to waste the time of the council, but maybe that's what they're planning on doing. Okay.
All right, we can hear from the applicant. Do you want to come back up?
So I also have a presentation for this too. This consideration, because it's in the city sphere of influence, they still have the planning jurisdiction over this. And so the whole goal of the applicant was to try to subdivide this. And so we'd like this to be considered going forward. So if I can just give my presentation, if that's fine with you.
Sure, how long is it?
I can go very quickly, just kind of touch on.
What's the time?
Do you have the title of the presentation?
Yeah, it should be under the case number.
Just one moment, pulling it up here. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, my name is Eric Hasty. For the record, I'm with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant of 1045 Hogue Road.
Can we have you lean into the mic? We're having trouble picking you up. Thank you.
All right. So I think we all know where this is located. The existing master plan with this is unincorporated transition, and the zoning is UT5, which is a non-conforming zoning. Again, because of the sphere of influence designation, that is the reason why it's unincorporated transition for the master plan, as well as unincorporated transition 5 for the zoning. These are default designations. So the 2 items before you is a request to amend the master plan from unincorporated transition to single-family residential, and then the zone change from UT5 to SF3. So the proposed master plan states that anything that's in a single-family neighborhood is between 2 to 8 units per acre. We're requesting the zoning designation to be around 3. This is also a continuation of the master plan that is within the city of Reno along Hogue Road. So it's an appropriate master plan designation for this area. These are primarily comprised of single-family detached homes, which the applicant is going to pursue or hoping to pursue. We can justify that this area should be intensified with a master plan because there are, as stated before, utilities within the area, as well as the existing Tier 2 land designation that is within the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. So this is a continuation of the master plan to the west. The proposed single-family or SF3 will allow 3 dwelling units per acre, and this is also a continuation of the zoning designation that is to the east. But I just want to point out that just because we are allowed to put 3 dwelling units per acre, that is not their intention. If you look at the SF3 zoning designation within the city of Reno, there are many different lot sizes. This gives us flexibility to put a 1/3 acre lot there if we need to, but the goal is for the dwelling unit to remain there. And so realistically, putting 9 units on there is not going to happen, and it's not the applicant's goals to do that. So again, if this goes through with the zoning, I just want to highlight that there's still an additional step to this, which is either a parcel map, which will have to get approved through the city. It will be reviewed by city staff, city engineers, fire, all that stuff to make sure. And that's where we will bring in the proposed access to the site and show that it can meet city Reno standards. If we do more than 4 lots, then we will be required to do a tentative map, which will go through the planning commission, right? So there is additional steps after this process that will help to shape this development in a way that's appropriate for this area, but we can't get there until we have the correct zoning and master plan designation. So thank you. I'm not going to take any more time. So if you guys have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, and good presentation. I didn't mean to send you off. It's just, in different times, it would be inconsistent for us to take the other items in the affirmative after that past action. So in past times, the consultants have said we withdraw our request and not go through it. But you're certain, you guys paid fees, you did nice graphics. It's great to hear from you. But one thing I didn't hear from you was, did this go to Planning Commission and
Yes.
And they recommended approval, correct?
They recommended denial, but
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
The reasons for it were a little it did not have anything to do with the master plan or the zoning that we were requesting.
Okay. I just I couldn't remember which way. I did read the material. So thank you for your presentation.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to Councilwoman Ebert. Are you ready to make the motion?
Yeah, I can't make the finding based on, provide safe environment. I feel like it's, based on the location and, the difficulties getting utilities there and services, fire, police. I just don't feel like this is a good area to rezone, but I would be interested in finding out if we can kind of roll back this sphere of influence on this area to move it into the county. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
All right, I have a motion.
I'll
I have
second.
a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make a comment too.
Go ahead.
It was stated on the record that the Planning Commission had some confusion, and I had a great meeting with the consultants to better understand that. But in the staff report, it does acknowledge that in the discussion with the Planning Commission, they actually did identify a lot of issues with the site, including water, sewer, roadway improvements, traffic access and density. and so on, the need, the rock outcroppings, the access, the maintenance responsibilities. And so I do think they at least discussed that it wasn't just a technical denial about the annexation. They were kind of wrapped around the axle regarding whether they should have a role in annexation or it was all up to us and maybe it was premature. But they also did identify some key issues with the project. So I just wanted to acknowledge that 4 of them were unable to make the findings as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, is that sufficient for 2, 3 together?
Right, so, yes, Madam Mayor, so we opened 2, 3, and 4 together, and the motion was to deny the master plan and zoning map amendments, so I think we're square on the record.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you need anything from us?
We're all set for C items. Ready to close out.
Okay. All right. We're at D1?
We are ready to move on to D1.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, let me ask.
Go ahead.
You may say no, but is there an interest in a short break? I don't know where we are in the whole.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I want everyone to get up for 15 minutes, and then I know it's gonna be short, but
Right.
like, you know, take a little break, get something to eat, go to the restroom, and then we'll come back. But I wanna just kind of push through, so.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
At least
re-adjourn.
get 3 of you to come back
We
in
will.
15 minutes,
I
that'd be
will
great.
come.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, we'll re-adjourn at about 1:02 p.m.
Thank you so much.
102. How about? I do have to go to the bathroom. Yeah. I know, I understand totally.
No, what was it?
Doug, you know, I had about 80 people at the NAB. 30 on Zoom, 50 in the room.
We can start because we do have a quorum. All right, Mr. Clerk, go ahead. Bring us up to speed, up to date, where we're at.
Okay, perfect. We are ready to move forward. Opening item, department items, D1. And for the record, we received one public comment, which was directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. It was a written correspondence distributed to City Council.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, take it away. It's all you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Before you today for your consideration is a resolution for a deposit and reimbursement agreement for a developer proposed special assessment district. In December of 2017, council approved the guidelines whereby developers could submit to come forward before council for developer special assessment financing. That was approved in December of 17. The proposed project will include approximately 1,300 residential units, and the bond would be approximately $25 million and would be for water infrastructure costs for this development. It would result in an estimated annual assessment of $1,700 per homeowner, so that's an annual. Representatives of the developer are present today, and they are available to answer any questions if you have any related to the project itself.
Okay.
But this agreement, what's before you today is just a deposit and reimbursement agreement.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, any questions? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Thank you. Those guidelines, I asked for copies of those. Did you upload those?
I did not. I got them from legal. Legal sent them over to me.
Okay. Were those specific to the Stonegate, or were they specific to?
They are specific guidelines so that developers can request special assessment districts for financing options.
Okay. I did want to see those. And also, Mr. Manager, I remember when we went through the AFCR, and I noticed, surprise, surprise, in the notes of subsequent events that the Stonegate agreement had more or less gone into default. It was notable enough that our auditors caught it up and said this has to go in the AFCR. And at that time, you said the Stonegate item is coming back on agenda in January. This was before the end of the year. I have not seen it yet.
It is on the draft agenda for March 8th, the first of a couple of actions that we need to take. The rationale for the delay there was that we had to get through the first of the year for certain conditions in that agreement to be met. We had to send a letter. We had to give a cure period. Those timelines have all now run, and so we're ready to move forward with repealing those ordinances. You'll see the first step there on March 8th.
Well, since this is such a novel tool that we've only used once and it's failed, didn't you think it was maybe a good idea to go over the guidelines and lessons learned, and if we should have other criteria?
I think when we get down to actually making a decision on whether or not to impose an SAD, that would be a relevant line of inquiry, but here this is just a feasibility study, and the question is whether or not we want to take the money on and be a pass-through for that exercise.
I don't know if I agree with that. May I ask you to put this up? It's the master plan policy related to SADs. And, you want us to go into agreement to do due diligence. The finance department is heading it up here. So it's getting into the math. But I'm really focused on the policy part of it. And if you look at 2.11, if special assessment districts could scroll in, and you don't have an application, right? They just sent you a letter and said, hey, bring this in front of the council, and we want the city to finance us. So consider the use of SADs. This is our 2017 master plan. Districts provide a tangible benefit, align with the goals and policies of the master plan, advance priority initiatives of the master plan, meet the guidelines for use of special assessment districts. So we have guidelines. I haven't looked at them in a minute, and they weren't loaded up to the staff report. But the other things, I think to even decide if we want a date and go into the math and bring the fiscal in, we should sketch all that out in an application by the people who want the city's creditworthiness behind them. Because I see other places for the city's creditworthiness, like small business lending programs, rental deposit programs, not necessarily the Fortune magazine's #1 home builder, publicly traded company. So I'm even having a hard time entertaining this without us doing our policy work, knowing that the first time out, it fell apart, and I don't even know what lessons were learned from that, because I haven't had any information on it.
Thank you, Councilman Breckus. All right.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Reckes, I think we're two sides of the same coin on this. I think it would be very difficult for staff to make a meaningful recommendation on the policy discussion that's outlined in 2.1I here without understanding the feasibility of the project itself. And so that's the initial step that we're asking the council to consider today. It does not take away from the bandwidth of the finance department. It is simply a pass-through. And for us to have a meaningful discussion at a later date on this inquiry, I think that this is a thing for which we need to have a baseline understanding.
Well, I want a baseline understanding on the tangible benefit, the goals and policies.
Councilwoman.
Okay.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Sure, I had a chance to meet with the applicant very briefly the other day, and I wanted to go on the record as a couple things. One, my understanding this is to help pay for the water system. Is that correct?
Correct, the water infrastructure.
Right? So over at Tumwa, myself and Councilmember Breckus advocated for having Tumwa take over the Boomtown system and become the provider, rather than have this small Boomtown water system be the provider. They weren't of a scale and a quality that I think we wanted to have our region served by. So that's check one, is that I wanted us to, and they did. They've acquired the Boomtown system. It was brought up to apparently improve its infrastructure status, and so it's a better system. Where I'm confused right now, and I just want to understand, I understand this is just, quote, a deposit to go do a thing, but I want to make sure I understand what the thing is, right? So this basically says that it would result in an annual assessment of $1,700 per homeowner. So they've already done enough math to figure that out, right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, well, they got it to the $1,669 per homeowner. So they did it kind of more than approximately. So I guess what I'm wondering is that would be an annual payment on top of any other kind of fees. So that would be like about $150 a month. Would the homeowners have to be paying for 30 years or for 60 years, or in this scenario?
In that scenario, it would be a 30-year bond, yes.
So over the lifetime, $1,700 times 30 years, I guess, is is $51,000 per house.
Correct.
And I guess I just wonder, is anyone else paying $51,000 a house to get water to their house? Like when they buy their house, they usually have water. Like, it's not, it's opaque to them how that water got there. The developer handles it. So I just want to understand what is different with this than a Damani Ranch or any other development.
And we do have representatives
Sure.
here for the development, so they can probably come up and describe that for you.
Great.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'd like to continue to ask staff. I really, we've got people who want to, pitch a project.
It's all right, okay, I got it.
I have other questions
So,
for staff.
I will let you go,
Okay,
hold on.
thank you.
The reason why we do that, and I just want to remind the public, is so that other council members can get their questions on as well. It's not fair for one to monopolize all the time, so that's why I try really hard to make it fair and cut everyone off at 3 minutes, so every council member gets the opportunity to put their questions and comments on the record, so.
Yeah.
That's
And the
why-
staff is not leaving. They
that's-
just
yeah,
deferred
That's why we
to
do that, so everyone will get
answer
their
this
opportunity.
question.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, did you get all your questions answered?
No.
Because you were you were still at like a minute 30, so go ahead.
Well, I asked my question, they're about to answer it.
Well, I'm sorry, we got interrupted, so
That's
I
okay.
apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Council Josh Hicks with McDonald Carano on behalf of Toll Brothers. Thank you. There's also some other members here from Toll Brothers, Kyle Collinsworth, who's the Vice President of Land, Julie Wong, who's project manager, and then my colleague Lindsay Knox from McDonald Carano as well. So happy to answer your question. I think the bottom line answer is that anytime a home is built or a development is put together, there are a variety of costs that go into it. One of those costs is going to be the water infrastructure to
Right.
bring it. It may be somewhat opaque, I think was your word,
Opaque.
by certain people, but it is built by the developer one way or another. So it is built and either added into the home price, or there are ways like a special assessment district, which is a legislative tool that's been in place since 1989, which allows these districts to be set up and provide certainty on the property owners, and they pay it during the life of the bond. Once the bond is done, the assessment
Right.
goes away.
So just two thoughts. One is there's other developments out there, like the Meridian, like on the same side of the river as you, just adjacent to you. And I didn't know if they're also looking to do a SAD, and maybe this is a question for our manager or our finance director. Are they have to get water from the same water system? That's Tumwa now. Are they also looking at doing a SAD? SAD?
I could take a shot at
Oh, you
answering
know.
that if you'd like. So
Because Vicky's looking like, no, I have no idea.
the water infrastructure that's being contemplated here is essentially oversized to accommodate other developments as well. That's a requirement of Tumwa. They're basically, as you know, they're about capacity out in the Verdi area.
Yes.
So this project not only would allow the toll project to proceed, but it also is oversized for these other projects. So
And what are these other, I mean, is this to the south, to the east?
it would potentially be like the BT South project, which
BT South?
which is the other project there. And there's always,
Okay.
right now we're just talking about the deposit agreement. As your city manager said, this just starts the process. It covers the costs of the city to look at this district. The actual boundaries of the district will be looked at in that process. And a district requires 100% consent of all the property owners.
100%, but you own it, so you have the.
The toll project is owned.
Okay,
but-
well, I'll come
but-
back,
But other
'cause-
property owners, if they want to participate in the district, we're certainly willing to talk to them, but they're gonna have to consent to it because that's how the district
Well,
works.
your answer has caused follow-up questions, so I will reserve those.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, mine's not updating on here, so I don't know who wants to speak. Are there any other council members?
Yeah, I have a question
Hold
for
on,
staff.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have questions about, and perhaps this is a question first for staff, the use of special assessment districts. I think the first time that we've done it was with the project Stonegate up to the north of Reno. Am I correct in that is the only other time we've used the special
Yes,
assessment district?
Of this kind, yes.
And I think, Ms. Van Buren, as I recall, we went through a fairly lengthy discussion about their appropriateness, their usefulness vis-a-vis the master plan policies, which give us that as a tool. Do you recall that?
Oh, Somerset.
Ms. Van Buren.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I apologize.
I'm
No,
sorry,
that's okay.
Somerset. I was corrected. We did do one for Somerset. That was prior to my time here at the city.
Well, and I'll disclose, as I have before, I live inside of Somerset, and so I'm familiar with the use of the special assistant district. So, but I recall that when we talked about Stonegate and going out for that particular type of financing arrangement, that we had a long discussion at council about the appropriateness of the use of this tool. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, from my perspective, we have said we are going to use this tool. Now we have the opportunity for a particular projects that's come in to say, hey, we are going to utilize this tool. I don't think there's any reason for us not to utilize the tool. And so I'm trying to understand from the finance department's perspective, you aren't having any heartburn about it. Is that correct?
I do not. I'm just bringing it forward based on the guidelines that council's already adopted. And so
Okay.
it was a policy that council adopted these guidelines, and so I'm bringing it forward because the developer requested a potential use of this type of financing. And I do want to mention that I did have the guidelines with me. I brought them and I gave them to the clerk just now, and they will be making copies to distribute to all the council members.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, is there anyone else that I have not touched on? I think I've already touched on Dewar, Breckus, and Reese. Anyone else?
Well, I'd like to go again.
Okay, I'm gonna let you. I have to wait because I can't see up here. It's not working my screen, so I want to make sure I'm getting everyone fairly. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, and just to, say is, this is something that we don't have a lot of experience with, and we're moving staff into negotiation terms. And, that's why my questions are for staff, because they're going to be here on the public's behalf. Sometimes bringing up, when staff wants to turn it over to an applicant or someone who's pleading for something from the city, it crushes my confidence because I want to make sure that they understand and are willing to go forward. And the fact that I asked for the guidelines over a week ago and now they're just going to be handed out to me is concerning to me. But my question to you is, you said that there would be, say, $1,600 or $1,700 per home. I thought when we had earlier discussions that all of the SADs, once a property went into occupancy and was sold by, in this case, it would be Toll Brothers, the SAD would clear out. So it wouldn't be a $1,700 a year hit for homeowner Jenny, who also has a mortgage and an HOA fee and utility costs and Owentumwa costs. It was going to clear out and be incorporated into that sales property. Do you have any recollection of those discussions, or do you see anything like that in the guidelines or the Stonegate one that you worked on prior?
No, that is not the intent of this. It would be just like any other SAD we have, and it would be due by the homeowners.
Well, let's talk about the other SADs we have, because comments were made about Somerset as an SAD. I think we also have one on Trademark. But those were always for roads. Okay, those were always for roads, and we do have, through our road improvement project, other ways that we've dealt with roads for assessment. This is bringing the very core infrastructure need to the area, and it's causing me concern, particularly because I don't see anywhere, one, that we're not going to do a feedback loop on why Stonegate failed, and two, those other priorities on the master plan. How's it advancing? How's it a priority area? How's it advancing benefits to the community and those sort of things? And it seems like staff's just so ready to just rush to a deposit agreement and bring in fiscal analysis folks. I don't think that's right. I think we really need to ponder and learn first and foremost why this one didn't work. And, I'm very concerned about the $58,000 being loaded onto households that could struggle over years. And I want to see the model that I thought I understood, which was these would clear out at time of title sale. So I guess now I'm ready to hear from, the applicants.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Here's my concern. And I'm a little bit with Councilmember Breckus, and I've brought this up to the staff, to applicants, that I want to understand more about the project before I dive in. And I don't like to be, well, it's just one step. I mean, the lawyers taught me, if you're not comfortable with something, stop at annexation, right? Don't go all the way annex and then see if you love the project. So I wanted to understand the project, what it is.
Sure.
Um,
I believe Mr. Hicks has a presentation too, if you
okay,
would like to see
well,
it.
it's up to the mayor. I mean, I'm fine to see it.
Do you want to show that, Mr. Hicks?
If you'd like to, it follows the staff report, but I'd be happy to.
Sure, come on up.
Which I have read by now. But here's my biggest issue. So if you put this over time, 30 years, that means that you're not just paying the cost, but you're paying interest, right? And I think the whole purpose of this is to get our low interest rate. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
And what is our interest rate now?
Right now, they're running around 4%.
Okay, which is phenomenal. Still, it's not 2% like it was, but it's still phenomenal. So, but spreading it out over 30 years means that they're going to pay a lot in interest, like, like a mortgage payment. And so that's all. I wanted to make sure I understood, would there be another SAD for roads? Would there be another SAD for the sewer? What about the HOA fees? I just want to make sure, will all that come back when you do this analysis?
I don't believe anything else is anticipated. Am I correct, or?
There's nothing specific.
Well, nothing specific at this time, but nothing to preclude them from coming back for the rest of the infrastructure costs? Like roads or fire or whatever?
There's no plan.
No plan. Okay. Thank you. Only took 1 minute, but.
All right, any other questions, Councilman Reese? Because I can't see you. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Hicks, you want to come on up?
Here's your little clicker. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Again, Josh Hicks with McDonald Carano. We've just put together a brief presentation anticipating that there might be some questions about what kind of infrastructure is envisioned. And I also was going to give a brief overview of the project itself because several council members are new, weren't here in 2021
Right.
when the tentative map and the associated special use permits were all put together. So this first slide just gives you a bit of a visual of the area. This is the project site, which is out in Verdi, and you can see it here. You can see at the top of this screen, that's the bend of I-80 where it goes from west going down to the south. At the top of that screen is Boomtown and Cabela's, and on the west side of that is Verdi over there. So the red parcels themselves are the toll project. And you can see it's all vacant, undeveloped land. A couple points that we put on just to walk you through them. This, like I said, this what came before council and was approved back in March of 2021. You can see 1,225 residential units are planned, 697 acres of open space. You can even see some of the dirt road there that goes up Garson Road up into the hills that's used by a lot of recreationalists. That'll all be preserved, and that access will still be in place. There's some commercial, there's some multifamily. Some things were actually changed, as those of you on the council might recall here. Some industrial was ramped down and changed into multifamily to better accommodate what the council wanted to see. There's two park sites. There's a school site that we're working with Washoe County right now to dedicate. And then there were also various commitments from Toll Brothers, including money per door for fire facilities, money per door based on square foot at commercial for fire facilities, and then money to the Reno Land Trust for the affordable housing projects, as well as some roadway safety improvements that are actually off-site that were requested by some of the Verdi residents. This is a visual that will give you an idea of the water infrastructure that we're talking about. The first thing you might notice is that this infrastructure is off-site. This isn't the water infrastructure that's going to the properties themselves. This is all TUMWA infrastructure. It's off-site. As I mentioned earlier, it's oversized because it would allow TUMWA to service other properties as they're developed. And there's always a possibility they may want to participate in a district. They may deal with it some other way, but Toll Brothers
being the first out of the chute, has to be responsible for putting that infrastructure in place. So that's the component of the SAD. You can see on the right side of that screen, which is the east side, you can see where the infrastructure starts with Tumwa facilities, and that's kind of over by the Patagonia warehouse. You can see that down on the bottom along I-80, and then it runs along, and it eventually makes its way out to the project. Again, this is, I don't want to speak for Tumwa, but I know this is part of Tumwa's long-term plan to make sure there's adequate water service provided out to the area. And again, this district, when it is formed, will provide assessments on, the toll residents and property owners won't pay the entire amount of that infrastructure. They'll pay a pro rata share that's appropriate for their usage of the system. And then the district itself, I know we've talked about it before, but it will provide a set payment fee for the life of those bonds for whoever the property owner is. Toll will be the property owner at first for a while, and they'll pay the assessments. Once they're sold off, the ultimate property owners will pay them for the life. And that's as opposed to those costs being baked into the house price of the home and carrying on with the mortgage and the higher mortgage interest rate over time. So here you can see, and I apologize that we tried to blow this up as much as we possibly could, but wanted to give you an idea of what the infrastructure was going to look like. And again, I want to caveat this by saying, because we're here on a deposit agreement, which is just providing funds to the city to start looking at this a little more carefully, as we go through this process and come back to the council with the actual requests for the bond ordinance, the assessment ordinance, the DFA, the development finance agreement, there'll be more specifics in terms of what the infrastructure is going to look like, what the infrastructure is going to cost. Some of that comes down to what the appraisal values are and matching up with the guidelines that the city has put in place on these special assessment districts. So with that said, this is the east side of the infrastructure. And then again, the far right side of your screen there, that's kind of the area just around where the Patagonia warehouse is, at 4th Street. You can see a housing development across Whiteford Drive there. And that's kind of where things start. And I won't read the whole list to you, but I will tell you it's in your staff report. There is a section called project description, and there's 10 discrete components of this offsite water infrastructure, OS1 through OS10, and those are all identified on here, and those are different things. They're water mains, they're water tanks, they're connections, so you can actually see that if you have questions. But again, that will be very specific once we come back with the district boundaries and the ordinances to know exactly what the projects are going to be. But again, these are all projects that have been identified as necessary by Tumwa, not only to provide service to toll, but to provide service to other projects out there as well. And then here's just a view of the west side. You can see most of the infrastructure is significantly off-site along I-80. There are a few sections that are a little closer to the project, and that's indicated here. You can also see the secondary access road that was put in place. It's that red squiggly line on the left side. That's the access point from the west side of the project. Otherwise, Garson Road is the main way in. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope that gave you an idea of what the infrastructure we anticipate is going to look like. Again, we really appreciate the consideration of this deposit agreement, and we look forward to getting the city the information they need to hopefully come forward and get this moving and get some infrastructure out there in a cost-effective way as we can. Again, it's all publicly owned infrastructure, so the idea of doing that at the lowest interest rate possible, I think, is a good one both for developers and for the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Taylor, if you have a question.
Actually, I have a question for Vicki, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Vicki. Thank you for your help. A couple quick questions. Based on the presentation we just saw, I heard Mr. Hicks say this is just something that we're looking at closer at this point right now. That's what this tool does.
Correct.
in reading the staff report, I can see that it says there's no direct financial impacts to the city. So are there any financial risks associated with moving forward with this to the city at this point?
No, there are not. The next step after this, if council approves, would be looking at doing a developer financing agreement where you would figure out all those different terms as far as what the developer's going to do, what the timeline looks like, and everything. So that would be more spelled out in that.
Okay, so this is just a tool to look a little bit further, see what's feasible,
Correct.
no risks, no
And
financial
we
commitment.
can get reimbursed for any cost associated by the city in doing the work for this project because it's not a city project. It's requested by the developer, so we can get reimbursed for our cost for that.
So we're not taking you away from any other major projects or moving your time.
I'm able to do it, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right. Any other questions? Go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar?
I think Councilwoman Breckus might be next, but
Okay.
I'll go.
You go and then
Okay.
she can go.
So here, I'll try to get my question in a nutshell, and it may require Mr. Hicks coming back. But, so, in another world where we don't do an SAD, they have a cost to provide water, and they embed it in the cost that they sell the house and the lot, right? So it's embedded already. And I thought Mr. Hicks made a great point that then they get a mortgage and they're paying a higher mortgage rate for that package. That logic holds if the house price is priced accordingly. So my question, and I guess this document says, the agenda says the purpose of this is to define the terms and condition under which monies will be advanced. So this might be my term and condition, one of them anyway, which is that what would prevent the Toll Brothers from charging the same price as a next door neighbor, but they don't have embedded the cost of the water system. So what strikes me is if they get to charge, let's say the house next door in the next property over is 600,000. I think that was not in 3 minutes, but is 600,000, and they're going to charge 600,000 also. But the one next door has embedded in it the water system. This one doesn't. It strikes me that that extra dollars would go to profit. And I guess what I don't want to do is do that. I would want them to charge less for their house. Maybe their house would only be 670 or, I'm sorry, 570 or something less than 600. So what I want to know is that we've taken away this cost, and how do we make sure that they don't charge the same price and just make profit on that?
Do you have a?
What?
I mean, I think this is certainly something you can explore as we move along through the process.
Well, that's what I would like to do. I don't expect
but
an
I don't
answer in the
know
moment.
how you're going to prove that.
But do you see what I'm saying, Josh?
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Josh Hicks with McDonald Croner for the record. I think I understand what you're saying. I think it's important to think about the macroeconomics of home building.
Okay.
Like I'd mentioned earlier, the end price of a home is a factor of a lot of things.
Right.
It's a factor of land costs. It's a factor of labor costs. It's a factor of material costs. It's the intangibles. It's the delays. It's the permits, everything that goes into that. Hopefully at the end of the day, and then of course, at the time it's sold, market conditions are extremely important.
Or extremely what?
Are extremely important.
Yeah.
And as we've seen right now, it depends what interest rates are doing. It has a huge impact on home prices. The amount of demand and supply has a huge impact on home prices. If there's high demand and not much supply, which is what we've experienced in Reno over the past few years, home prices accelerate. And that's just a market situation that is the law of supply and demand.
So what I'm trying to get at is, are we doing anything good if two homes and next adjoining developments and they're being sold at the same time, which is common, we want to do something for the consumer. Can we lower the price?
Councilwoman, I'm going to cut you off.
Oh, well,
I'm
can
sorry.
we have this addressed?
So finish it, finish what you're trying to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get at, can we have this addressed so that we understand what the impact is, we help buyers have a lower cost because they've gotten a lower interest rate for the infrastructure rather than betting it in their mortgage?
And I get Josh Hicks for the record. I would say that's exactly what we're trying to do here. We're trying to create a situation where the costs are as low as possible to build the home.
That's what I heard you
So the
say.
home can be sold for as competitive a price
Okay.
as possible.
All
And
right.
this is publicly owned infrastructure. This is a water system that Tumwa will own. So building that as cost effectively as possible is helpful for everybody. And it will be, again, like I said, if it's baked into the price of the home, it's in the mortgage, it's there really probably forever. If it's on an assessment, it's on a set time schedule, it's a set amount, and it's paid off earlier.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I asked for these guidelines on February 14th, and we just got them at the table. Just like the other day, we got something at the table, a $250,000 agreement that I'd been asking for a week. And, you know, I'm really concerned because a lot of the questions Ms. Stewart's asking about really get into time, money, market absorption that are never going to be definitive. You know, there's going to be ranges. And I think a more full application outlining those is really what the council needs to evaluate this. You know, we look stupid with Stonegate going down, okay? I've read a lot of these AFCRs for a lot of years, but we look really bad. And, you know, will that come on some rating? I don't know. Just doesn't look good. But, you know, if after an initial review, the staff believes the application satisfies all sections of these guidelines, an item will be placed on the council agenda authorizing negotiations. This is a request to authorize negotiations, but the factors of the application have not been brought forward. It's just a pitch. It's just kind of a concept. The guidelines have a lot of information that have to be filled before you even get to this point and bring it before us. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's advocacy on behalf of the city staff rather than watching and implementing our guidelines, and I'm concerned. But my question for Mr. Hicks is, why does the #1 home builder in the nation need the city of Reno $30 million bond help? Why? Don't you have resources? Isn't capital available to the company, or is there some cut that goes to the local people here in getting this through public
Councilmember
money
Breckus,
here?
Josh Hicks, for the record. Again, this is publicly owned infrastructure, so at Toll's position, I think, which is a reasonable one, is that we should all work together to lower the cost of publicly owned infrastructure as much as possible. Special assessment districts, I mentioned this earlier, but I think this is a good time to mention it again. They've been in place since 1989. They're widely used in a lot of parts of the state, Southern Nevada in particular. They're very common down there for exactly that reason, because it lowers the cost of publicly owned infrastructure, and it ultimately lowers the cost of the home itself. So the idea of lowering costs is always something to be done. And that's why we've supported this. We'd urge the council to look at it. We think these are a good idea.
Well, but that jumps up against concepts in our master plan that development pays its own way, and also housing affordability. And, you know, when you're going to be shoving on $58,000 of debt onto a property over a life of a 30-year, I'm not sure, you know, and we've had a failure. And also, you know, I was involved in these early on, and they are not that successful. They're actually very disproven models. So, and we have case study with it. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time because I don't even see that we've gotten to this point of analyzing the application to be informed of taking that next step. And that makes me unhappy that we're not even following our policies, our guidelines.
Thank you, Councilman Breckus.
I would like to make one comment. We have not spent a lot of time on this because this is the first step to take the deposit. If council chooses to take the deposit and determines that we need to spend some time on this, then we would spend staff time on this and would be reimbursed for it. We have not spent a lot of time on this other than getting the materials together, getting the information to you so you can make that determination if you're going to take the deposit. And then if you do, then we will spend the extra time to do the analysis work, hire the consultants, and do the work and bring it back before council so that you can make a more complete decision. But we were not going to spend staff time on this without being reimbursed for it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Where are we at, Mr. Clerk?
So with comments, we have 3 rounds from council members Breckus and Dewar, and then 1 each for Reese and Taylor.
Okay, any questions from Councilwoman Taylor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question, but Vicki, I just want to say, in our briefing, and I don't say for the record very much, but I think it was inappropriate for Councilwoman Breckus to insult you. And I feel like it was something that just happened again. And I apologize for that because I don't think that you are taking preference on anything, and I think it needs to be said. So thank you very much.
It's important that we get reimbursed for our costs, and this is the first step if we're even going to look at this.
All right. Okay, any further questions? Seeing that there are none, I believe it's your ward, correct? So Councilwoman Taylor, give me a motion, please.
Motion to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
I have a question.
Discussion
Sorry.
for 1 minute.
Yep.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Do you know, Vicki, there's I think they said 1,200 homes here, but they also said that infrastructure would be oversized to accommodate more homes. If more homes came in, could it drive down the price? I was confused because Mr. Hicks said it was just the Toll Brothers portion of a cost, and I didn't know.
Right.
If
Thank
it-
you for that question. That's really important. No, it wouldn't, because they could only bond for and do the assessment for the portion that applied to this development. So any oversizing that they do for to accommodate TUMWA or any of those other requirements, they would not be able to bond for. So the residents in this area would only be paying for the portion that serves them. Any oversizing would be on the developer.
But they don't know the total, or do we know the total cost that TUMWA will have, and then they understand a proportion? Like, they don't know what the total build-out is.
Based on the information that we had, I think they said around 32 million was the cost of the infrastructure. So they're not even, so, and the portion that they're asking for is about 25 million. So it is going to cost significantly more than what they are asking for in the
All right.
bond.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, the member from Ward 5 does not need to take any responsibility for my behavior, just like I don't take any responsibility for her comments or her involvement in how she does her duties. Secondly, as mentioned previously, as a TUMWA board member, I made a great effort to see the Boomtown water utility, private utility, incorporated and folded into TUMWA, because I recognized that the council had made some annexations going back to the regional plan settlement way back when, and did not want to see Reno residents come in on a satellite water utility. We were getting away from satellite water utilities in unincorporated Washoe County. It's certainly not a municipal standard. I always supported the concept of future planning out there, outside of the legal settlement, for everything we needed in the Verdide area, from an overpass, freeway overpass is going to be servicing this area that's not queued up, and lots of other areas, okay? But no one wanted to do that. And I always thought with planned sequential growth, there could be an assessment district, but it'd be one organized at this table, not for someone who's going to just look out for themselves.
Okay,
Someone who
Councilwoman
came,
Breckus,
if I could,
you're over 1
someone
minute.
who came in for a tentative map.
Sorry. You're over 1 minute.
Oh, I'm
Does
sorry.
Anyone
I'm
else
just
want to
cut off.
speak?
Okay.
On their minute? Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think for my part, I want us to focus on the fact that we have a housing crisis in Reno. I believe that whatever we can do to reduce the cost of housing, and I believe the SAD is one way of doing that, by taking the lower financed interest that they can get by attaching themselves to the special assessment district path. That means those costs are then not borne by the consumer. And so I have supported the development of the project in this area and believe that Toll will be an excellent partner for the work that's ahead of us. And so we have to use the tools that we have in the toolbox. The special assessment district is one of them, and I will be supportive. I appreciate Councilmember Taylor's leadership in this area, and also appreciate Ms. Van Buren very much, your efforts to just stay focused on what's in front of us and not be baited into any shenanigans.
All right, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sending it back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. We're moving on to item D2. D3, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, item D3. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to just send it right to you, Mr. Flansburgh. The floor is
All
yours.
right.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. I have spent a little time with you this year so far. In January, I was here on the 25th to talk about some future items I would be bringing forward. This is one of those. It's the Sewer Capacity Allocation Program. What is a sewer capacity allocation program? In 2019, as we were getting to less and less capacity available in North Valleys, we brought to council and it was approved to initiate a sewer capacity allocation program. A couple of things that change when we do this. When development comes in for their building permits, they're required to pay at the time of building permit because we're still under that sewer allocation program. We also received direction on expansion of the wastewater treatment plant at Reno Stead and other actions as like the Advanced Purified Water Project. So with that, what I'm here to do today is I'm requesting that we additional flow available that we can use as part of a flow shape project, and I'll get into what that is in a moment. We're asking for additional flow to come in our sewer allocation program. Currently, we are down to only about 8,000 gallons. That's about 49 equivalent residential units. That's because we had a development come in between the time I sent a council memo a couple weeks ago and today to request for their subdivision. So what do we do under a sewer allocation program? There's sewer will serve letters. We issue those at time of payment. That is saying that we will serve them at the Reno Stead plant. And so that's the paper capacity, if you will, of the plant that we work on. The actual flow that comes into the plant is different. And this past year, the actual flow coming into the plant was 1.9 million gallons. So although we have committed flows of say almost 2.2 million gallons, only 1.9 is flowing in the door, actual flow. It takes at least 12, 18 months, 24 months for some of these projects to come in. And one of the major projects that came in the last few months was Copper Mesa. It was an affordable housing project, 290 units. That was over 50,000 gallons by itself. It'll likely take at least 3 years for that project to be fully built out when we actually have people inside taking showers, washing dishes, and flushing toilets. Here is our current worksheet. You will recognize this from the memos that we write. The past one I provided had showed that we had about 30,000 gallons, but as I mentioned, Arroyo Crossing Phase 2 came in for 142 units, so we're down to about 8,000 today. One of the reasons why I didn't come to council sooner was I wanted to make sure we had the right sewer connection fees in place, which have now been approved and are in place. Because I think that's important that we're getting the right fee for the capacity that we have. These are all the projects that have come in the last couple of years and how much capacity they've used. At the very, very top, you'll see that there's 4 projects. That's only a total of 1,268. It's very small. Those are all commercial type. Those are the ones that are in plan review today. So not a lot in there. I want to bring to your attention, though, that on the next large column, number 5, projects initiated but not to will serve, in the multifamily column, the Lake Sky Vista apartments and the Silver Peak apartments both have units remaining. That could take an additional 67,000 gallons. And those could go to permit quite quickly. They are not in for permit yet, but when they go, there aren't any other approvals. They've already been approved, so those multifamily projects can go quickly. And this just finishes out looking way out in the horizon of other projects that have been out there and what we could be looking at for planning in our longer term planning. So I can't really talk to you about the sewer capacity allocation program without talking about the Flow Shape project. So what is the Flow Shape project? In 2017, we experienced a very wet winter. We had several atmospheric river storms that came through, and Swan Lake was filling. And during that time, we had the response and flooding concerns that had occurred. We worked with Washoe County. Washoe County has the response for Swan Lake. As we were looking at options we could do in 2019, we still had a pretty high lake level. And so we did a project at the Reno Stead plant. And what that does, and just to remind you what we do at Reno Stead, the sewer comes in, we treat it, and then we discharge to Swan Lake, except for in the summer when we have most of our water is going out for irrigation needs. This project actually allowed for a portion of the sewage coming into the plant on the front end that we built a physical pipeline to tie it into a line that we pump our sludge. So when we treat all of the sewer and we get to the end, we end up with an effluent, Class A effluent, and we end up with sludge. The sludge we don't treat on site. We actually pump that through a pipeline over to Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. So we built this physical pipeline to connect from the headworks down to this area so we could divert that raw sewage coming in up to 500,000 gallons. That's what the flow shave is. It also gives us the ability then to have more development occur in the short term until we get our advanced purified water project completed. In this map, the red are those areas that are currently would be served by the Lemon Valley Water Reclamation Facility. The purple are the flows that go to the Truckee Meadows facility, and the blue is where we would serve from the Reno Stead plant. So what's changed? We also in 2019 installed a pipeline overland and a pump into Swan Lake so that we could pump the lake down. So we physically have the ability in the flood response to reduce the amount of water in Swan Lake. We pump that water up to the American Flat Farm. And so the amount that we pump is over 400 million gallons in a typical irrigation season. If we can pump the entire time, that's equivalent to about 1,200 acre feet. That's important because that's something we didn't have in place in 2017 that we have in place today. Here is a graph, and the first green lines, if you will, is the amount of rainfall we received in 2017. Then it was 2 times normal. In 2018, it was about normal, just a little over that red dashed line in the middle. That's our average rainfall. In 2018, we again received a lot more rainfall than typical. And so the blue line is following through to where the lake level is today. And so on the far, far right of this graph, the blue line ends at 4,919 is the elevation of the lake today. Why is that important? Because on this graph, you can see on the bottom the elevation, 4919, colored, shaded in orange, is equivalent to about 3,900 acre feet of water total in the lake today. We get a flood response at 10,000 acre feet, so we're about 40%. The lake has about 40% water in it today. I also wanted to mention that snowtail data, so we know how much snow we have in the pea vines, because that will also contribute to the lake. If all of the snow were to melt today and go into the lake, it would be equivalent about 1.5 feet. It would take us up to about 4,920, which would be about 5,500 acre feet in the lake. Still quite a ways below the 10,000 acre feet. And as I mentioned previously, we will start irrigating in April for the American Flat Farm and start physically pumping water out. It's important that we talk about this because we have 2 lake management strategies. One is using the flow shave for diverting sewage that then that would have been processed at the Reno Stead plant and discharged to the lake. And the other is for the fact that we can actually pump directly out to irrigate American Flat Farm. So I bring those to you really just to say that we have the ability to work with with these tools. I'm asking for an additional 125,000 gallons to get us up to 350. I'm still reserving 150,000 gallons of the flow shave for future council consideration. We don't know how fast we're going to grow up in the North Valleys. I think it's good for us to have these periodic check-ins to see where we're at. 125,000 gallons would give us equivalent, with the 8,000 gallons remaining, would give us about 700 single-family homes equivalency. That would leave about 800 single-family homes equivalency remaining for future council consideration. And so that's my request today. Certainly happy to go over any more details on the flow shave or the sewer allocation program.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Flansburgh. Councilman Dewar?
Oh, sure. John, I have a question. I talked to you offline, and I asked you, is there a world where you would see that we would allocate all 500,000 gallons of the flow shave? And you said to me, at least I understood you to say no, because we had to reserve some room. If we have to pump water off the lake, we have to be able to take that. And if we allocate all of that, there won't be any room in the flow shave to lower the water table.
Certainly we can pump anytime during irrigation season and take all that water. It's the diversion of flow that when we actually start having to divert flow because we're getting physical wet water into the plant over 2 million gallons, we would start diverting flow. For this last year, for instance, even though we were allocated at 2.2 million gallons through most of the year, our average flow into the plant was only 1.9. But I think it's prudent to take a look at that and see what the actual, how much flow we've actually allocated and what the flows are coming in, and take a look at those.
That's my concern, is that we started the flow shave as a way to reduce the water level in the lake, right?
Twofold. Reduce water to the lake because we would divert some effluent, and for future capacity for growth.
Okay. So what I'm just saying is I don't think we can fill up the whole 500,000 with future capacity. And I'm wondering where the cutoff point is.
Sure.
How much should we reserve of the 500,000 as an overflow need? So for in the winter, when we can't irrigate out at the
American Flat Farm.
American Flat, then it has to go somewhere. Like if we have an ability to not flood people, then we want to do that. So will you sometime calculate that? I mean, what is your plan?
I think this is the plan. We reserve 150,000 gallons for now, so we can come back to council in the future as we get closer. And there is also the ability we have to swap out the types of pumps that we currently have in there to maybe gain some additional capacity in the current pump house. That has some cost into it, but it could be prudent. I think that's a good conversation to have when we see how fast this next tranche of sewer capacity begins to be used. And again, we'll continue sending you sewer allocation memos throughout the year so you can understand where we are at.
But the sewer allocation memos don't replace you standing up here explaining stuff to us.
Sure.
They just don't. And what I would like to see at this point is for you to calculate how much capacity we need to leave in the flow shave to be conservative, to ensure we can protect people. We've already agreed to a settlement, a very high settlement. We don't want to have to go replicate that. So we do need to reserve some capacity. And I'm asking you, if we're at 350,000 and we only have 150,000 left, it strikes me that we might need to reserve virtually all of that for Swan Lake.
And we may. And that's why I'm not recommending going to full capacity.
I figured you weren't recommending higher because there wasn't demand for higher.
No, I think it's prudent for us to reserve this out. And if we get closer, to come back to council for another conversation just like this.
Okay, well, my expectation is that, I'll just finish. My expectation is that we're going to leave enough capacity in the flow shave to deal with the emergency situation. Okay?
Okay. Councilman Breckus.
I am really struggling from the acute situation of a pretty big winter, with storms still coming in, and the long-term plan. And, I appreciate you feel you've made progress. I have a presentation here from August of 2019, and the FEMA floodplain is 4924, you stayed on this, and the top of the HESCO area is 4926. What are we at right now?
We're at 4919. So the orange shaded area, that's how full the lake is. And that equates to about 3,900 acre feet.
If we're at 4919 and the top of the HESCO barriers is 4926, and we got a lot of snow in the mountains, how do we know we're not going to top the HESCO barriers?
Again, as I mentioned, through the snowtail data at Big Meadow, which is a good location source to determine how much snow we also have at Peavine. If all of that were to melt, we would get about a 1.5 foot response in Swan Lake, meaning we'd go from 4919 to 4920.5, which would take us up to about 5,600 acre feet of water, still quite a ways below that level.
Well, the Husco barriers are like, having the net below you in a high-rise building to jump into. I mean, they're not like a cushion. They're desperation, in my view, from my understanding. So, but you feel you can bleed off. I think you showed 1.1 mg. Now, but is that if you went 12 months a year?
No, that's what we did the first year that we had the American Flat Farm in place and we were irrigating. And just to remind, or just as a general information for you and the public, we actually have sensors located in the ground at the farm, so we don't overwater. We don't want to overwater the farm. We want to have enough that we grow the crop, but not so much that we would flood the crop to where we would get migration of the water down further. We just want to, just like you would any farming or turf operation, we operate it in that way.
Well, we have an environmental permit, right, for that? I mean,
yes.
We're under EDP and DEP on that. So that's that. Now, the second thing is the long term. Mm-hmm. And I'm having trouble with the long term. I think the conversation needs to be flipped. Instead of these guys came in, these guys are out here. I think this council needs to say, this is where the line is. This is where the line is because the one water is not coming on for 5 years. And this is where we're putting it down. And I'm very, very concerned about the Lemon Valley treatment plant, which is always this little side thing over here, but it was enough for you to show it as blue. It's the county
Red.
one. And I hear the county, is, nice talking NDEP all the time on their performance. And I also remember that plant in the middle of the lake 4 years ago. So I am having a very hard time with this on where we get with the HESCO barriers, but also I can't tell people where the long term is, especially people who are like, well, what are you doing with the stormwater utility? Where are your sewer fees going? That's solved. But people in the broader community, what's it going to cost out there? Who's coming in line? I think the council needs to say this is the cutoff. So and it's good for the market. They know certainty. No one's going to come in for a tentative map because the council says we're done. We're done until we can go for MGD. Everyone else go away, make other plans. That's where the council needs to be right now because we are going way too close. I mean, I don't live my life, too close on that edge. And I feel that while technically you may feel that, we're okay and you can engineer it and move water here and there, I lived 2017, 2018, 2019, and I'm hearing the same talk, HESCO barriers. I'm hearing, another storm coming in. I am concerned.
Council, go ahead.
Well, just to answer that question, I mean, yes, we have tools in place we didn't have in 2017. That's why we did that. In fact, it was the council and some of the former council members that made those decisions that allowed us to take a bold move to put the pump and put the pipeline up to American Flat Farm and start this farm that we could use the irrigation. Mm-hmm. That allows us to manage that lake level during the summer months that we didn't have in 2017, 2018. And we all remember. I also lived those years. And so I do feel more comfortable with where we are. And I thought it was important to show you, this is the situation where we are today, and this is what kind of what we have in front of us. And I appreciate your point, Councilmember Doer, that there may be a portion that we do want to reserve, or we may want to come back with an alternate solution to increase size of pumps that allow us to have more capacity to pump through that pipeline. But today and where we are, I feel very comfortable with this recommendation. Yeah. And it follows right on the heels of the connection fee discussion that we had. And the connection fee is how we got to what that fee needed to be, was the infrastructure needed to be built to get us in the long-term solution.
Right. The other thing I just want to point out for everyone is that you didn't create this problem. Matter of fact, I think you probably are thinking about it all the time. This is something that you have really, I think, especially in tough circumstances. I mean, we get a lot of people here yelling at us, and then they get onto social media and hating us, and it's really hard to control Mother Nature. And then, as humans, the intent too is to do the best we possibly can. And I know that that's where your heart is. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. But I also think, you know, there's this sort of underlying sentiment like shooting the messenger and these kinds of things. And I want to say thank you because you've always stood up here and done a very, very good job. And I think, you know, you're very, very talented. And sometimes we don't have a crystal ball. And I think that you have been a target of unnecessary attacks oftentimes. And there is frustration. Everyone's frustrated. And of course, you know, I mean, some of the comments at council have been just absolutely so I don't even know what the word is for it, but just disgusting, quite honestly. And I just want to say thank you because I know you care about this a lot. And we don't come in here and are like, okay, let's do this and make it worse. And I hate that sort of feeling. And there's, you know, there's sometimes I feel like, especially from one council member, that sort of kind of energy and attack continues. And I want you to be aware that I think most everyone is really appreciative of what you do. So thank you so much, Mr. Flansburgh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would just want to recognize Washoe County. They learned a lot in this process too. They have the response for Swan Lake, and they have geared up and put controls in place, and they have already ordered HESCO barriers to put up if need be, if they get beyond a certain level. And they are being very proactive in their response and being prepared for this. If we go that far, and we don't really see that it's going to get there, but
I guess I understand why people are angry, but also I think there's a lot of people doing the best that they can, and maybe, you know, not always the right decision is being made, but there isn't a crystal ball. I'm not saying to you directly, sure. But there isn't a crystal ball. But I don't think the intent is for anyone to harm anyone. And again, Mother Nature is a very hard thing to control. So I just ask people for a little bit of grace and mercy, and I understand, you know, and the city took responsibility, by the way. We certainly did. So thank you. I appreciate you.
And we're preparing for flood and for drought.
Yeah, I mean, I always think, oh my gosh, when we get into there, it always makes my stomach kind of turn. Go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
So I just wanted to thank you, John, for managing through, right? We have to get through the crisis. We also have to get to a landing spot for the future. Get to the 4MGD, which I understand is not that far off.
Right.
But what is a little further off is what do we do with the discharge? Correct. Do we go to a reservoir? Is it all taken up by American Flat? Does some of it go out the flow shave? We don't know those answers, and I'm concerned that we're going to have a plant that's sitting there done, but we can't use it because we don't have these discharge options. I know you're working on all of them simultaneous. So in this one, the flow shave, the only thing I would ask, I'm going to support this today, but the thing I would ask is that you kind of buckle down and figure out how much we should reserve. Being proactive and conservative, not like how much can we push it to, sure. Only save 10%, but how much should we save for an emergency, worst case scenario? That's what I would like to know. And then we have to know that when that day comes, that's like a moratorium. It means we can't go beyond that. It means when we fill up this 350,000, we're done, essentially, if that's the number. I don't presume that I do know the number. But whatever the number is, that's the end. And there might be a period, a year or two, where the plant is ready, the discharge options aren't there, and things have to be at a stasis or a hold point until everything comes back together.
We will always come back and make sure we provide you the options of what's out there and where we need to go.
Well, when it comes to flooding and emergencies, I guess I tend to be a little conservative. We've already seen sort of some negative downsides that nobody wanted. And whether you live out at Swan Lake or you don't, or you're managing through, or you're us, nobody wanted that. But, and in order to prevent that from happening again, I'm going to tend to be conservative, right? Because I don't want to lean in and say, well, probably won't happen. I live in the world of it's a likely option. It could happen, and I don't want it to happen. So just a word of caution, and I'd love to see you come back and kind of give us some sense of what that looks like.
Right.
Okay?
Madam Mayor.
All right, any further questions?
Yeah,
Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I have no questions.
All right, thank you so much.
You know,
Where are we at? Hold on one second. Where are we at, Mr.?
Currently, we have
Clerk?
Councilmember Dewar with 2 rounds and Councilmember Breckus with 1, and everyone else with none.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
yeah, you know, the statement was we have a lot of tools we didn't have before with the flow shape and the farm, but we also have a lot more development. And I think I'm the only person in this body who sat through the hearing with the flooding and watched the jury come back and the findings they had to make. And it was runoff and it was the plant. And so the storm runoff is also a concern with the impermeable areas. Now, in theory, every single impermeable area, and there's some monsters there. There's multiple new developments the size of Meadowood Mall over there, with hard top even greater than Meadowood Mall, because they're industrial. And in theory, they're holding back water. But we haven't tested that, and they're moving further up the flank. That Peavine one is going to be cutting into the hillside soon. I just don't know that you've even run modeling to knit all those together to make sure that, you know, we're not going to see that issue. And what are you going to do? Your presentation said Swan Lake Playa, but you're not talking about Silver Lake Playa. What are you doing with Silver Lake Playa if it starts to expand like it did?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It brings to mind 2 things. The first point is, and I didn't describe this, but we actually increased our mitigation for new development coming in. So all the development that's come in for the last several years has had a 1.3 to 1 mitigation requirement. So that's in place. But to your other point, in Silver Lake, the City of Reno has responsibility for Silver Lake. We are in a similar position as in terms of where Swan Lake is, where we're probably around that 40% full before we would start hitting some of the flood stage. And so we're monitoring that. But I would say it's very similar in terms of the overall response that we would
Do you still have a flow line over from Silver to Swan?
You know, we've never had a flow line between Silver and Swan. However, when Swan Lake gets to a certain height, very, very high, it actually will flow into Swan Lake.
So it'll go back.
Because Silver Lake is about 45 feet higher than Swan Lake in terms of its elevation, but it's got a ridge line between it, right? So it'd have to be 20 feet or more before it would start flowing. Some flow would go to Swan Lake. We never saw that before. There was accusations that we had some sort of flow line between the two, but we did not.
Yeah. I'm struggling. You know, we had an understanding, and we had an understanding when times were earlier and the memory was more fresh, knowing that we were even going to bring these things on. And we still don't know where we're going. We still don't know where we're going with the One Water. That's 5 years apart. We've got the Red Rock Reservoir and Hungry Valley proposals. Still don't know where we're going with these. We've got thousands of units up top. I would tell the council, let's have those discussions first. Let's have the discussion of when the 4MGD is coming on and when we're putting the door down on this. The backup to the sewer rates fund said, you know, it was an outside consultant, FAR, who we hired, said essentially, Risworth is done. It's at capacity. So we're kind of playing it has a statement to that effect, Mr. Flansburgh. It does. It's kind of a throwaway statement, says you're at capacity. Now, you know, you're bleeding off capacity, but I think we need to tackle that question and then know the knowns and then make the decisions of where we have playroom.
All right, go ahead. Megan, or Councilwoman Ebert, sorry.
I know that we have additional measures in here to help with flooding, diverting water to the agriculture and the flow shave, but hearing that Silver Lake would divert to Swan Lake if that starts to flood, is that what?
Oh, we're talking a event that would make 2017 look very minor.
Okay. But I think Councilmember Breckus brings up good points about the development that's going out there and making the ground, you know, more impervious areas. I think that we should kind of take that more into account, and also we are having a lot of development out there, and to say that we'll have enough capacity for approximately 800 more homes if we approve this, that seems like not a whole lot of wiggle room for us. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable with that, just considering, we are having a lot of winter weather this year. I know we have a lot of ways to divert water now, but I'm just really not comfortable with just leaving that little capacity remaining. Yeah.
Let me ask you, from your perspective, what do you do about that?
Well,
I mean, because I get that, but is there an alternative?
so, I mean, again, wet water coming to the plant, 1.9 million gallons. So we have the full 500,000 flow shape available as needed to divert those flows. If we get to a situation where we feel like it's getting closer to where something's going to go way different. But the biggest difference is come mid to third week of April, we're going to start pumping Swan Lake and sending water up to the farm and irrigating and making hay.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make hay. We're going to let the sun shine and make hay.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is there, you said there was sensors in the ground at the agriculture site. I'm assuming there's a limit as well, to how much water we can pump out there. What happens if we hit that limit?
Yeah.
And we still have water?
The limit is just like you would water your turf, right? It doesn't do you any good to water 6 feet down for your grass. So you're trying to keep it in that root zone, and the same thing we do with the hay. So when we talk about limiting, we limit the amount of water because you don't want to just needlessly flood the fields.
Yeah.
You're trying to look for healthy crops, insects, the whole farming thing that you would get into that process. So that's why we want to limit our flow. We don't want to overwater, but we do send a lot of water, and then Mother Nature, as much water as we pump up to Swan Lake, Mother Nature does 3 times that in evaporation.
Okay. So I guess my question is, is there a limit to how much we can divert out if we're pumping it out to this field? Would there be a point where they would say, okay, you can't pump any more water out here, but we still have flooding at Swan Lake? If that capacity to divert the flow shape is not there, and we've already put all the water we can in that agricultural area, then what would we do?
So just to be clear, the agriculture area isn't like a reservoir that you pump up till you get so full and then you call it quits. You're sending water up there pretty much every day, all the time.
There's no limit to what we could.
You're constantly sending water. You're sending a flow up there constantly through the whole irrigation season. So it's not like you get to a spot and say, "Oh, it's August, and if we filled it up and we can't do anymore." It's not like that. You keep sending up there just like you would water your grass.
Okay.
And if you don't do it, then what?
Well, if we don't do it, then we end up leaving that much water in the lake that is there for the next storms that come in the following winter. Mm-hmm. And so this is the whole idea that we have in place that we didn't in 2017 and 18, is that we have the ability now to pump that lake down so that we start with a low lake every fall. When October 1st is the water year start. It's off of our other seasons, but October 1st, September 30 is the water year. That's because that's kind of when we see the storms start coming in. So by that September 30 timeframe, that lake is at one of its lowest levels it's going to be.
Do you anticipate that changing? Because I don't think I ever remember seeing this much snow in Reno. And because of climate change, and the patterns are just becoming more and more unpredictable. What do you think? Are you also kind of thinking differently there too?
Well, and that's why I think it's important that we have a lake management plan so we can manage this lake, because we don't know if it's going to be snow up in the mountains or if it's going to be warmer coming in and just be more rain earlier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
So
well, I hate to say it. I think regardless, anything you come up here and say, people are always going to criticize what you're trying to do. But I always say when we stop trying is whenever we fail. We got to do whatever we possibly can. And it's hard for us because we're not, water engineers. Councilwoman Dura has a lot of background in that, but I think still there are times where it's pretty complex, So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The mayor?
Hold on. Mr. Clerk, where are we at?
So we have 2 rounds from Councilmembers Dewar and Breckus and 1 from Ebert.
Okay. Councilwoman Ebert.
Jenny, or Councilmember Marcus, you could go. I'm still thinking.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we go back to your slide of
Hold on.
who's, okay.
Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Just trying to make sure everyone
Thank you,
gets
Madam Mayor.
their equal time. Go ahead,
Thank
Councilwoman
you.
Taylor.
John, thank you for all of the information. When I look at the staff report, I see one of the council members made a comment about being conservative, and I'm just wondering if this approach is a little bit conservative because we're at Swan Lake is at 3,750 acre feet of water, and when does it start flooding?
Closer to 10,000
So
acre feet. So we're like 40% full. That's where we are right now.
Okay, so I feel like we're moving forward in a very scientific, conservative method with this approach.
We know much more today than we did before.
Okay.
And we even know how much snow and what that snow response is going to cause in the lake, which was something we didn't know in 2017.
Okay, and that gives me a level of comfort too. And then what happens in April? If you could just make that a little bit more clear for me.
Yeah, so mid, say the second or third week, say mid-April, the third week of April, we're going to start pumping down Swan Lake and sending that water up to American Flat Farm for irrigating the alfalfa fields, and I think there's still a grass hay field up there as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
You're done? Okay. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh, I haven't.
Do you want, we're going to go to Councilwoman Ebert. I didn't know if you had any questions, so go ahead, Councilwoman.
Oh,
Ebert.
no, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
So this is just temporary, right? Until we get the new.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole flow shave is just temporary until the water out, the Advanced Purified Water Project is in place, and then actually the good news at that point is we'll actually remove the sewer allocation program altogether. We won't have this item, but this gives us the opportunity to have these conversations.
Okay, and when what's the time frame on that?
The finalization of the advanced purified water is looking at 4 years, so we've got some time that we're going to be under this. We may go sooner than that if we have, as we start to divert water up during the testing phase.
Okay, great. So, yeah, again, I'm really great to hear about. We have these different options to pump the water out, and we have the flow shave, and we know, at what point we need to bring the HESCO barriers out. My concern is just, again, that we don't know how many homes are going to be added. I mean, we have, permits and things like that, but we don't know when the building's going to start, and we don't know how much water runoff and things like that is going to divert. So I know we have a really good handle on things as they stand now, but we don't necessarily know what that's going to look like with upcoming development. So I just agree with Naomi's points and Jenny's that we need to be conservative, and if we could just, going forward, reserve the remaining flow shave just, in case of emergency.
Okay, would you like to give me a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like one more chance to speak.
No, you'll get a minute when we make the motion.
No, I think we get 2-3 minutes each, and then 1 additional minute before the motion is how our rules read.
It's discretionary?
It would be 2-3 minutes and then a additional minute at the presiding officer's discretion.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert. Would you like to make a motion?
Okay, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. Discussion, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, we've changed to our limited time allocations already because we always got a minute before discussion, but I've always voted against the rules because we're talking about serious issues, and to have a council member just be able to do 6 minutes when a public member can come up for 3 minutes. Oh boy. But, the volume issue is different than the elevation issue. And the elevation issue, going back to 2019 and where we are here, makes me not comfortable. I've talked to Tumwar partners, they say 5 years. So there's a lot of people coming in for 5 years. I mean, think who's coming in before. We need to get ahead of it. But the other concern that I have is, the pumping and the laying the alfalfa. I appreciate that, but let's wait till April and see where we're at. Can they set the seed in April in a big snow year? We don't know because we haven't been farming since then. But on the screen there, you showed, I want to know who's in the door waiting on this decision today. And I want to know who says 5 years is heck, because they seem to have a lot of influence because they're working in different segments here, through building or planning. I want to know where they're at, because I know a lot of the residents in North Valleys who are experiencing, even washouts during construction projects. They are the ones who are not here in your ear, I don't think, because they're not going through the community development department. So could you walk through who's in the door waiting for this decision today?
Councilman Breckus, you're over.
Oh, we're going to cut it off. Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, we are moving on to item D4.
all right, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Hello, Emily. Nice
Hello.
to see you, Miss Kidd. Okay, you are going to give us a staff report discussion and potential direction to staff regarding audit report 2301.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Emily Kidd, Internal Auditor, City of Reno. I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the 2301 Code Enforcement Audit, Metrics and Reporting. I'd like to start with a brief overview of the internal audit function here at the city. Our objective is to provide the City of Reno with an independent appraisal function designed to assist the Reno City Council, constituents, and city management in establishing accountability, transparency, and a culture of continuous improvements in city operations. At its core, internal audit helps the organization achieve its objectives. We do that by conducting performance audits of city departments and programs. The City Manager's Office directed internal audit to conduct an audit of the metrics and reporting documentation provided by the Code Enforcement Department. The audit was initiated to provide an independent, objective analysis of the internal control environment for code enforcement reporting and to determine if departmental invoicing procedures are reasonable and in compliance with established policies and best practices. To achieve these objectives, audit interviewed applicable city employees, reviewed departmental policies and procedures, sample tested report metrics, and evaluated current procedures against best business practices. In summary, accurate, equitable invoicing and collection is compromised with the financial methodologies in place at the time of this audit. The case reporting documentation provided by code enforcement is unclear, includes inconsistent invoicing practices, does not undergo review, does not include adequate hard preventative system controls, and includes unapproved adjustments to fees and fines. This audit identified 14 exceptions. An exception is noted when audit identifies an area of non-compliance with documented policies or processes in place that are outside of best practices. Simply put, exceptions identify areas of risk. I wanted to take a moment here to discuss what an internal control is. An internal control is a process that helps an entity achieve its objectives. It is the first line of defense in safeguarding public resources. For example, one audit recommendation is to disallow code officers to adjust fees and fines. That is the objective. Designing those preventative controls is the next step. Audit recommends a hard control here to change the system access in the software to disallow that action from code officers. At the end of the internal control implementation, our objective will have been achieved, resulting in a reduction of the city's residual risk. Internal controls help an entity run operations efficiently and effectively. This middle piece here is applicable for this audit as we're working towards using standardized, repeatable reports for operational oversight. Also, internal controls do help us with legal compliance. The 14 exceptions in this audit are categorized into 5 distinct sections: equitable, consistent procedures, lack of internal controls, process errors, transparency improvements, and best practices. Under the first category, we have 3 exceptions. There is a poor internal control environment that would benefit from some hard system application controls to address these findings here. Process errors and transparency improvement findings are noted here, with the details, of course, in the full audit report included in your agenda packet. And finally, best practices are recommended for these 4 topics, the final finding requiring a decision from the city manager's office. The recommendations in this audit do vary based on the condition. It should be noted a coordinated effort to include several departments is needed to effectuate the full complement of recommendations. The management software in use is Acela, and the code enforcement module within that program is created by and managed by city staff. The management responses to the prompts, there in blue, are included as an appendix to the audit report and do include the corrective actions planned by departmental management, including a time frame for implementation. In addition, the responsibility to implement corrective actions lies with code enforcement management. It should be noted the following were not tested during the audit: timeliness of citations, system access parameters, the appeals process, invoice reconciliations, and equity analysis, and specific requirements detailed in the Reno Municipal Code and its parity with applicable Nevada revised statutes. With that, I'm available for any questions related to the audit itself, and departmental management is here as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to open it up for questions. Anyone have any questions? Council? Go ahead. Sorry, Councilwoman Taylor, you go right ahead. Okay. I should always let you go first. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, Emily, thank you very much for the report. I had a question of the items not included. How will those be addressed moving forward?
So I see those as a separate performance audit. When you do an audit, you build your scope. For this particular audit, it was the metrics and reporting piece. So if we wanted to do a performance audit on one or any number of those pieces that you see there, that would be the scope of that performance audit.
Okay, so it's still part of the overall program.
Correct.
Okay, and it could use improvement at some time, possibly, if it's looked at.
Yes, and with the annual audit planning process, that would be your opportunity to bring up to the audit division which one of those items you might want to put on the audit list as we're planning our resources for the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
All right. Any other questions from council members? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dura? Go ahead. I have some. I just want to make sure everyone gets a turn before I do, so go ahead.
Turn this on. I read the report. I thought it was good, but I also thought it was brief. Like, I didn't feel like I had enough meat to understand how you made your conclusion. Do you have a more detailed report somewhere?
There's detailed work papers that do flesh out the middle piece of an audit. So you start with planning, you gather your data, your research, you develop your audit findings, and the report is the final product. There are other, pieces of data that were included during this audit review.
Okay. Right, but I just wondered, I really wanted to get a better understanding. Like you said, here's a problem, here's a solution, but I didn't understand really how extensive the problem was. Like, I didn't feel like I got a sense of how wide-ranging your observations were. Is there anything you could add, or do I need to look at these work papers, or?
So this was focused on the reporting specifically, so the data set that's exported from the system Acela and understanding that. So I really did just look at that piece.
Well, here's what you said in there. You said there is no set report to spit out statistics, and each one has to be a unique query. And you found that frustrating, it sounded like, because you couldn't really do your audit because you had to know more about your subject matter, characterize a specific query, and then ask for information. So it wasn't very easy to do, it sounds like. Is that true?
Correct. So a standard baseline operating procedure from a department would include a standardized repeatable report that could provide us insight over periods of time, right? So for the equity audit or something like that, if we were to go through for a different performance audit, I would need the availability for those baseline reports. So this is a stepping point
Okay.
for that.
So it also seemed like the answer to a lot of your queries towards the end of the report was, well, the Excella isn't programmed properly. Excella needs more programming. Is that
I do believe Acela needs more programming, yes.
right? But I mean, that seemed to be the answer. It struck me that even if you didn't do more code enforcement, that if you're in a management or supervisory role in code enforcement, that you would make the time to do some of the things that you recommended, even if Acela isn't a perfect document. That doesn't abrogate the manager from doing management, right? Sure. So, I mean, how are we to understand this? I mean, in the world of audits that you do, is this pretty par for the course? Did you find fewer problems here than maybe other areas, or more? Is 14 a big number of findings? What could you characterize it for us?
So in terms of the count, it's difficult to ascertain that just depending on the universe that an audit includes. Had I audited the entire department processes, one would expect a number higher than 15 or 14 just based on the review.
If you did the whole department.
Right. But that kind of hinders us in order for us to implement the recommendations now and move forward in a step-by-step basis rather than biting off more than one could chew for myself.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
I think kind of maybe what you're getting at is some of the same questions I'm kind of getting at. You kind of lost me a little bit. You're kind of speaking
oddities,
right? And so, like, I think you got to give us like examples.
Right.
What does that mean? And then, like, can you go back to some of your slides? It said like number 14 or something. Like, what does that mean? Yeah. So code enforcement responses. What do you mean? Like 1 and 3?
Yeah, so these are all numbered in your report.
Right.
So we start here, 1 through 3 is this group of audit findings. And so the numbers relate to these. So number 14 would be the fines may not be commensurate with the economy. So that's over here when the city manager's office is the responder for that, since it lies outside of the scope of the department. So you'll see the last page, it's responded from the city manager's office because it's a different area of responsibility.
So this is under city manager's office response.
Just the last one.
What last one?
Oh,
number 14.
Okay, so what you're saying is the city manager responds to the findings.
Just the last one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, I kind of feel like I'm feeling a little lost, and I think even before we get to this point, because I think the city is growing. Like, we're now a medium-sized city. We want every tool possible for code enforcement to be successful, because I think it's such a critical piece of what we do. And as you grow, that can be very difficult. And one of the things, and maybe this is a question for Alex in the sense, like, what drives like code enforcement, right? Is it when you're driving around, you're looking for it, or is it based on when people call it in, or some of those things? And also, like, how many people do you have on your team right now? And like, just give us kind of a little overview. Like, if you had to explain to a community member that doesn't know anything about code enforcement, what would you explain your department is in your elevator pitch?
Yes, ma'am. Alex Woodley, Director of Code Enforcement, Parking Enforcement, for the record. So overall, in code enforcement, we have two approaches, which can be proactive and reactive. Currently, with the size of our city and the amount of complaints that we receive on a daily basis, as you know, code enforcement, or you may not know, code enforcement is the second highest call for service in Reno Direct. Parking enforcement is first, code enforcement is second. So with the current resources that we have and the amount of complaints that come in that we have to respond to, currently what we do is respond to complaints. Just this last year, we've been blessed to receive benefit of additional staffing in the last fiscal year, so that has helped. So we've implemented slowly a proactive approach of 10% for the officers. So the officers have been required to identify 10% of their overall cases. On average, officers have anywhere between 80 to 100 open cases throughout the year. Each officer addresses about 500 to 600 cases per year. When you compare that, for example, with the county, their officers do about 100 cases per year to 150. made contact with them. And then Sparks is something similar to that. It's a lot smaller community. We have a bigger community. We have an educated community that knows our laws and our codes, and they call in. They're not shy. They call it in, and so we do respond to those. So that's what that's typically how we go out and address the code violations. Our code violations go from anywhere from weeds to illegal businesses to car repair, businesses in violations of their SUP. So it could be a distribution center, it could be a bar, it could be a store, it could be a motel, so on and so forth. So we have a wide range of what we address. And then, of course, as a tenant, because we are the only city in the region, Northern Nevada, that actually does housing inspections. So if a tenant has an issue, has a concern, they can call into the city of Reno.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I know that you have done a lot of work in that space, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But then I get these reports of, still some of these motels. I got to tell you, like the other day I drove by the one over here, the Wonder Lodge.
The Wonder Lodge.
And I see, broken windows and think about those people that are having to live like that. And I wonder, I keep seeing it over and over again. And so I guess you're saying that we basically it's complaint driven. So we are going after every complaint that comes in, correct?
Correct. And with the motels, we do have the proactive motel inspection program.
Okay. Yes. So then do those get addressed? Because that's the one thing, like I see it over and over again. And sometimes I'll drive by and I'll be like, wow, this is like a crazy, fire hazard. And then I like, on a, separate property I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And so I would love to see a proactive approach and how we can sort of address it on that level instead of, because I think that's the part of government, this is government on all levels, just for me, is that we're always reactive instead of proactive. Mm-hmm. And like, how do we get to be proactive first so that we don't have, those complaints don't have to come in, basically.
Right. And sometimes we do address them proactive. And unfortunately, sometimes, like just recently, we'll go and address it and we'll see it get fixed. And unfortunately, the individuals that, whether they reside there or they visit there, mm-hmm. unfortunately, it can repeat again. Because we've had multiple situations where we require and mandate the repair of windows. And then for whatever reason, the individuals living there or visiting the location, 2 weeks later, we find out there's more busted windows again. And that's the unfortunate part of it. So we do find ourselves on a cycle going back and forth. But we are trying, it's a determination of we can continue to try to be more proactive while still trying to address the complaints that are coming in.
Okay.
So it's a balance.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Martinez. And then I would just ask Emily, let's kind of break down where you think we need to go. Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Director Whitley, I appreciate you being here and providing some more input to this report. I did have some specific questions about some of the recommendations. So I don't know if you or Emily can address some of those, but I do just want to start off by saying that I appreciate the work you all did in the Northeast at the Montello Street, some of those houses that were going over there. So I'm having sort of a difficult time balancing allowing the discretion for your code enforcement officers to have that discretion to use while they're out in the field, but also being able to provide equitable and consistent processes for our residents. So maybe I'll start off with like the fees and fines section of your recommendations. In that section, you talk a little bit about the date of compliance. So I was just wondering why in your report you were specifying that the date of compliance should be a key component of the invoicing process.
I'm sorry, the data from what?
The date of compliance.
Date of compliance.
Yeah, that's what I saw in the report.
By the way, I hate Acela, can I just say?
I think that, yeah, that's the term that was in there.
Acela has some challenges that our code people can certainly get into.
What about our business people? Like, that's what we need an audit on, the Acela.
Acela has shown up in quite a few of my reports.
Oh, it's the worst.
So I believe we're on number 3, the fees and fines adjusted without approval. So my understanding is the fees You'll see that in our annual budgeting process, the fees are updated every year and approved by council. And they're very clear in that resolution where we adopt the fee that any service charges changes should be submitted in resolution form for consideration. And with the volume of code cases, that doesn't seem like the right path. So in establishing a baseline business practice for the department as a whole, rather than discretion from start to finish, is the goal in this space. So possibly we talked about a 1 month window for compliance, and that point that would trigger the invoicing process. And the invoicing process on down the road is a place where I feel like we could get our subject matter experts in there, i.e. the finance department does track invoicing. That would be a little bit more of a sea change for how we do business. But because those fees and citations are meant to compel compliance, we might get a lot more compliance across the board and a reduction in the time that it takes for a case to be open and closed.
Talk about time.
So I believe this was part 3 as well. This was included as a graphic. Clerk, can you pull this image up for me, please? So this is looking at a point in time, which all audits look at a point of time. This is not a forever statement, but this is what the data set was looking like when I came in. For this audit, it begins at January 1. It's on the overhead. Thank you. So the data set began January 1 and ran through October of last year. And in massaging the data and sorting it, you'll see that we have cases with an outstanding balance, which is more than half of what's on the books right now, and it could be quite old. So January 1, 2021 is 2 years ago now. Granted, this report was pulled last year, but for me, that's a little too long for me to pay my bill. So wondering what those cases are doing out there is also challenging to pull from Acela, just based on the reporting. So those are my concerns, the outstanding balance and implementing the processes that we could streamline the start to finish from code enforcement will allow us to scale also as we're growing. To keep the code enforcement officers in the field doing their work and keeping the accountants collecting on our invoices.
Yeah, I had another question. There was a statement, I think there as well in recommendation number 3, so voiding and reducing fees. You mentioned undercuts, the time and effort spent on some of these cases, and I guess I'm seeing it a little bit differently to where my understanding was that code enforcement officers and the department, their role was to get people into compliance, businesses into compliance, and so I guess I'm having difficulty understanding. Maybe you can provide your perspective on how those fees getting collected or reduced or voided undercuts when the goal is ultimately compliance and not necessarily collecting or revenue making for the city.
Sure, and that was driven more from a culture observation that I experienced out at the courtyard. When these officers put a lot of time and effort into a case and keep going month after month after month, and perhaps that gets reduced without, I guess, it gets reduced, then their work is felt less important. And that was the tone that I got. I certainly accept that could be viewed in a different light, but that was what my observations were.
Any more
Okay.
questions?
No, that's all I have for now. Yeah, I'll wait till the next round.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Emily, I guess I have a high level question or a global question, and it comes from your presentation. And in your professional opinion and with all of your audience, you said something about risk. Is the city at risk right now with the way this division is currently operating?
In my perspective, yes.
Okay. So what are we going to do to fix this? And that's why I would like to talk to, I believe Ms. Turney is going to be helping us with that. And maybe that's after everybody else has gone through their questions. But I just want to, again, the way we're operating now is broken. And the report says that very clearly to me, and you put it in black and white. and the city's at risk. So we need to fix that. And I want to make sure that we have the tools to do that moving forward. And I appreciate you putting that all in the report. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
I know maybe this is the first audit report we've had since the new members have come on, but when I came on in 2012, the auditor position had been abandoned, and it was real problematic in my view. And I worked, with other city managers to get the audit position on. She's been here the whole time, so it's nice to have stability in the position. But these ones that kind of come out because management sees a problem area, I appreciate them, but I also don't want to lose the concept of the routine departmental overall, because it is hard, and I think I'm hearing some of this today, to see them in a vacuum, particularly with a lot of new members if we haven't seen them all. That CPSM study that I referred to with fire today and 32 recommendations, everyone should have read that, gotten it when you onboarded, because it's one of the fairly newest ones and it's very comprehensive. We also have one for police, but I really do want to see when the other functions come forward. But I also see management went in, had an issue. What I gleaned, because I've read these a lot for years now, is that the ability of the line worker to make these decisions that when you roll them up could have unequal treatment of our public, and that's the concern, the circumstance of, Jill in one neighborhood with one set of circumstances getting a different outcome of fees or so on than someone over here, Leo in another neighborhood with a different code officer who may not have the same, there wasn't just control above to make sure that the officers out there have the marching orders that we're achieving and trying to get equitable outcomes in how we deal with folks in similar circumstances. Is that an accurate, heart of the matter of some of these findings?
Yes, without a baseline standard operating procedure, a business opens themselves up to risk if those kinds of claims were to come forward.
Yeah, and we're at people's homes, okay? The most valuable, property right anyone has. So I thought it was on target, in that regard. So thank you.
I have some questions.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Evert, you're so quiet. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. This is just an outline of deficiencies, right? It's not necessarily, these are specific issues we need to address right now, right?
These are specific issues we need to address.
Okay, but it's just an outline of, hey, we have a deficiency here, we're not enforcing the code. It's not a specific, like, this particular citation needs to be addressed, right? This is just...
This is meant as an overall, overall process review of the metrics and reporting and how we can drill those down to better report the way that we need for oversight.
Okay, so my next question is, can we use this to come up with a uniform process? Like, can this kick off a way for us to create a roadmap to say, okay, this is going to be our standard metric going forward? Because Kathleen and Jenny, Councilwoman Taylor and Breckus nailed it, that this is extremely, opens us up for liability because we're not enforcing things uniformly. So I'm very, very concerned about that. When did this audit start?
I began this audit fieldwork in October of last year.
October, okay, so we have a pretty good.
And I believe one of the specific recommendations is speaking to what you're talking about, is the policies and procedures, a recommendation to have them.
Yeah.
It's common parlance for auditors to say, if it's not written down, it's not a policy.
Exactly.
It's it's how you do your job. But in my world, we have layers of policies and procedures that help us know how to behave at work. We have our citywide policies and procedures if we have questions about things. And then we have our departmental policies and procedures. And it goes down to something as simple as a desk manual, so I understand how to do my workflow during the day. And they all are ranked in hierarchical fashion, at least in my brain. And then it goes on up to Nevada revised statutes and the CRF. So that's where this will help the department not have questions of, do I waive it today or do I not waive it today? There'll be clear structure and outline, and I believe the department has already started working on drafting those policies.
Yeah, okay. This is probably a really big deal.
So can you explain to me like what it look, does anyone else have any questions? I just wanted to ask what, maybe this would help you guys too. Can you explain like what does it look like when someone makes a complaint? So maybe walk me through that process. How long does that take? And why would someone sort of get a break on that? Because I think it's a sort of a double-edged sword. I'm a big fan of code enforcement, especially, you know, downtown. People don't like it, but it's gotta happen. But also, that could be viewed as you're showing favoritism to other businesses that are bad actors.
Right.
So
Yeah, I can give you.
give us an idea of what that looks like.
Yeah, I'll give you a description of exactly
that's
what
problematic.
This is exactly what occurs. So first and foremost, I just want to clarify that we do have policies and procedures in code enforcement. This particular audit found some, so we're going to create 3 more that will address the specific issues in the audit. But I just wanted to make sure we do have a code enforcement manual, and they do have over 30 policies and procedures for the department. But I'll tell you exactly what occurs, ma'am, and it's this. There's a case, every officer deals with a certain number of cases, and they're dealing with their cases, and they're dealing with human beings. Most of our cases are not the businesses downtown. Most of our cases is Mr. or Mrs. Smith that owns a home that has a code violation. And what typically happens is that you may have the same scenario, the same violation. One property owner calls you and says, I don't care, you don't have any authority on my property, send me whatever fines you want, I'm not complying. And we actually do get responses like that. That individual gets the next fine, they get a 14-day, and they get a fine on the 14th day. Now, other situations, and this is very common, we have individuals that call and say, hey, I didn't get the first notice, or I didn't see it, or I got the citation, I just buried my mother, I'm recovering from cancer, going through a divorce, this is not my property, this is my former what have you. So those situations happen all the time. And they ask the officer, hey, I can get this fixed, I can get this taken care of by the date that you gave me in the citation. Could you waive the citation? I can't afford it right now, I'm going through hardship. And those are the situations where the officers are dealing with that human element. Now, with that being said, we have created an immediate directive telling the staff that they will no longer provide any waivers, and if they have a situation that they need to go through management, and we have that in place now based on the audit, as a result of the audit. So we're doing that. We're also creating a process that will allow people the ability to apply for a waiver of their fines.
That would be good.
So we won't have the officers. That's very important to us, that if we do take the officers out of it, that we take them out completely to include the invoicing, because we don't want the code officers chasing after invoices. We want them to chase after code violations. So if we can get that implemented, I think that's going to help us significantly. It's going to make a significant change.
Yeah, definitely those waivers, because you never know what hardships people
Exactly.
sort of endure. And maybe, you know, they pay the fine and then it gets reduced. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, ma'am.
but yeah, so anyway, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, sorry, and then I'll come to you, Vice Mayor, in a minute.
Okay. Couple things. Wow, I have like 6 things, so I'll try to make them as quick as possible. One, you just talked about the authority to waive. Our police officers have the authority to waive in the field rather than give a ticket, to give a warning. I do think that should be in the purview of code enforcement, that they are able to give a warning versus a citation. That's just my feeling. But I don't think they should be able to waive fines. I think that should go to a higher level of management, so I'm glad you're implementing that. I want to talk about equity for a minute. I have an example, real life example, where one person put some mulch on their right of way. And within 1 day of putting the mulch on their right of way, a city code enforcement officer came out and said, this is illegal, you need to get this done. And the person did comply within 2 days. At the same time, 2 doors down from this same person, people have had mulch in their right of way for 3 years. But no complaint has been issued. It's complaint driven. So one person A got a complaint, they had to rush around and deal with it. Person B has received no complaint, same exact issue, mulch in the right of way. It's sat there 3-4 years. So when we have it complaint driven, I think that creates a sense of inequity. That why am I being singled out, person A, but person B is allowed to slide, and have mulch in the right of way. As the simplest example, it's not as bad as erecting a fence without a permit or something like that. Next issue is that the size of the fines. We haven't increased our fines since 2006. This is over 17 years. I mean, to our auditor's perspective, I mean, this is nothing to anyone, $500 fine. I think I brought it up 8 years ago that our fines were too low. When you cut down a bunch of trees, you had a $100 fine. The value of the tree could have been $10,000. It was gone forever. The person got basically slap on the wrist, $100. It was not a deterrent. I think this has to be addressed right away by the manager to bring these fines, commensurate with the economy is how you phrased it very delicately, but it needs to be higher so it's meaningful. But I do believe in warnings, right, before we get into fines. I'm very concerned if we go to a more automatic system. We have complicated engineering violations. Stormwater, I'll just use that one in particular since it's on everybody's mind. We cannot have, in my opinion, a code enforcement officer who cannot resolve a complex stormwater situation that has 4 and 5 property owners involved and go and issue one person a fine. And this has happened, okay? Out in Double Diamond, they've been issued a fine, but the people upstream of them have not. The people downstream of them have not. The school board in that case, and the people downstream of them, which is the Business Management Association. They cannot fix the problem until everyone is part of a team to fix the problem. So just going to a simple, like they're out of compliance, we should fine them, is not going to get resolution. And so I want to make sure that we don't just go to this automatic situation, especially in these more complicated cases. I just don't know that even code enforcement should be the ones. I think it should be in our engineering department, our water quality department. Every place I've worked that have people like that, they have their own compliance efforts, their own enforcement for the engineering. I have a few more examples. I'm going to give one more unless they shut me down. When I got here 8 years ago, I used to manage an enforcement agency twice. And what we had was a consent order process to achieve your goal, which is getting the thing fixed. And we would negotiate a penalty as part of that. I've recommended to our attorneys for 8 years. I stopped talking about a few years ago because it didn't seem, but you seem very interested in it when I proposed it to you. So I would love to see that be as part of this overall review to look at, do we have other procedures for getting compliance and working with very egregious problems, bigger problems, not mulch or a fence or whatever, but bigger problems, getting them resolved. I think you have a ready-made process that's been used by many agencies, a consent order. So I'll leave it there. I could probably write about 4 more things or 5 more things, but there's a lot of work to do, and I don't want to hear, well, the computer system's broken, so we can't do these things. You know what I mean? Like, we should be doing as much of this equity process improvements without the computer system until it gets fixed, in my opinion. And increasing the fines, you should include that in our budget.
Okay, Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be succinct, but I have a lot of thoughts. First, I want to thank Ms. Kidd for the work that went into the audit. We have at times tasked her with the Herculean work of an entire function with one person. And so I thought the report itself was incredibly well done. The depth of it was pretty apparent. And it's really the first time when our audit has come back and I think we're being faced with a problem, right? We've had some other audits. Generally, they've come back as saying, hey, we're doing good. Maybe here are 1 or 2 things that need to be made to happen and could be improved. And so kudos to Ms. Kidd. I appreciate you. This is not easy work. It's also perhaps not popular work, right? I mean, you're basically shining a light on a thing that has to be fixed because it has some parts of it are broken. The second thing I want to talk about really is why we have chosen to undertake the process of doing audits. And I think ultimately it's because we want to make sure the public is well served. We want to make sure that there are controls in place to ensure things like transparency, equity, and in particular, in a function like this, we're also trying to make sure that there's no graft going on, right? I mean, we are looking for security in knowing that there are departments of our city which we don't manage, right? And so the audit helps us to understand that what we're doing is consistent with the things that we expect our various departments to do. And so at the end of the day, I am concerned. The audit is a big red flag for me. And I'll sort of turn my attention to you, Mr. Manager, and say to you, this has to be fixed. Whatever is going on in this department cannot be allowed to continue. And without the audit to shine the light on it, we don't have the ability or the tools to know how to make that choice. I think that there are ways to improve. There's always ways to have process. I'm not pointing specifically at any one person or anyone in code enforcement, but I'm saying something here is materially broken, and now I want to see the fix. So during my briefing, I spoke a lot with the auditor about the recommendations that are attached, because each thing that says there's something broken then has an element of it that could be fixed. And for my part, I want to make sure that we're talking about, you know, perhaps it's a 3-month timeline where we're going to be back in front of this council with the next steps about how are we taking this enforcement or this audit seriously, what steps are in place. It sounds like some things are already being worked on, but like Councilmember Dewar said, I don't want to hear that it's a software problem, right? I also think that we can have accountability, but there's obviously going to have to be some oversight on it. And so I did say I would turn my attention to you, Mr. Manager, because, you know, this is, you know, they report to you, not to me. And I want to know what you were going to do to make sure that this audit and its findings are fixed.
I understand. And as we build out a more robust plan to move the department forward, we'll make certain that we share that clearly with the council and with the organization as a whole.
Can we get like updates, like set updates on this? Because this is a big concern. Can we do like an agenda item, maybe monthly, and just get status updates on this? Like maybe just, you know, take on one piece at a time, but just get status updates so this doesn't fall off. This is huge.
I certainly think that we can build out a system of status updates. I am a little hesitant to commit in this moment to putting them on an agenda because of some of the things that those updates might need to entail. But certainly we'll keep the elected body in the loop as we move forward here.
And has there been any talk about like, and I don't know what this looks like because I don't know how you structure it, but just specific for downtown, like, okay, you three are like the downtown team, and you know, or is it just sort of all over the place? Because that's one of the things I really want to hone in on, because, you know, obviously with the things that we have seen, you know, with the market, the right-way market and those kinds of things. And Alex, I thought you did a good job there. But just, you know, knowing those intimately, because again, like, I'm going to be relentless on downtown and how we revitalize it and make it safe. And, you know, we're heading in that direction. And we're going to probably do some pretty, you know, strict guidelines on what that looks like moving forward downtown. So do you kind of talk
so right
about
now
that?
we have the officers are assigned geographically. We've been taking advantage of the downtown daily walks. So as we attend those walks, we are addressing proactive cases that we come across. So that's something, that's an approach that we've been using for the last couple months. That's been very effective.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks. Okay. Any further questions?
One final thing.
Yes, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar.
You know, I was told that the only people that could do code enforcement is you, that you're the only person that has the authority. And I had to question that a little bit. This is relating to my question about engineering. I mean, there's been permits issued. There's been stormwater ponds to be built. They're better to inspect those ponds than one of your inspectors. They designed them, they know them, they should be out there. Do they not have the ability, or do they have to bring that back to you and you have to send the letter? How does that work?
So what we do is, and that's a great question, Councilmember Dewar, because we have multiple departments that don't have an enforcement arm.
Right.
So what we have in place is a requirement for these departments to send out the initial notice, the initial courtesy letter, for lack of a better term. And in that courtesy letter, we require that they provide the information on what the violation is, what code section is being violated, and then a blurb at the bottom letting the individual know that it will be referred to code enforcement if they don't comply within the time frame. So we do that with parks, public works, engineering, traffic engineering. So, and it's been effective, and the urban forester as well.
Okay, but again, is that by statute or by ordinance that the letter can only come from you, or?
Well, they send the initial letter,
Oh.
but the actual enforcement, the code does have enforcement officials identified. It
Okay.
includes business
Okay.
license,
Well,
code
it's just something
enforcement.
too, while you're looking at this big picture, to just see if we can effectuate enforcement more quickly by having some of those 3 departments you mentioned, parks, engineering, public works, to follow through and get achieve the goal that you want, which is to get it fixed. I just wonder if we could incorporate them more instead of just loading it. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Is Ashley, what role are you going to play, and how, I mean, are you helping sort of address some of these things? What does that look like?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation Experience Officer. Part of my role as Chief Innovation Experience Officer is leveraging technology and human capital in order to provide better service to our residents across the entire region. So part of my role as being brought in is to help with some more of that oversight, as well as process improvement, taking a deep dive into their existing procedures and policies to identify ways that they can be more effective, more efficient, and create a more equitable system. As this council has noted, that consistency is really, really crucial in providing equity to all of our residents, so that's something that we'll be spending a lot more time on.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. What about Acela, like?
So Alex will be remaining as the Director of Code and Parking, so my role is to help him to be able to facilitate some of these changes through his team. That's one way to look at it, is like an internal consultant of sorts. We've thrown that away at times. It's really taking a lot of what I've done with the other departments that I've taken over in my role and looking at process improvement, figuring out where we have those deficiencies. Emily's helped us to identify where this risk is currently existing, and so my job is to come in and help identify that stopgap to figure out how to make it better faster. So I will be helping him and dedicating a fair amount of my time to that.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So I think it was Alex, you said that you guys handle 500 to 600 cases per year?
Yes, ma'am.
And
that's each officer.
How many officers do we have?
We currently have 7, and we have 1 currently going through training.
Okay. So is it fair to say maybe you guys need a little more support too? I mean, it sounds like that's an awful lot of cases. I mean, would that maybe help with some of the follow through on enforcement and things like that?
In consultation with the city manager's office and with Ashley, what we want to do first and foremost is take advantage of technology and process improvements first before we look at more resources, see what we can do better. And one thing that Ashley does bring is a different perspective, because there's been things that we look at normal in one way, and she asks the questions and looks at it from a different perspective. So it's resulted in some productive conversations and some changes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. Do you get most of your, do people reach out mostly through Reno Direct, or do they call the city, or is it kind of like a combination of things?
The majority is through Reno Direct, but we do get requests from other departments, as Councilmember Dewar mentioned.
Okay.
We do get those as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing that there are none. And I don't know, do we need to accept the report? Okay, so can I get a motion? All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar to accept the report. I have a second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks so much. Next, Mr. Clerk.
That closes item D4 out. And if you'd like, we can open the Redevelopment Agency Board at this time.
Let's do that. So
Okay.
at this time, I'm going to send it back to you to do roll call.
Okay, this is roll call for the Redevelopment Agency Board, Wednesday, February 22nd. Councilmember Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Taylor? Reese?
Here.
And Madame Mayor?
Here.
You have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, any public public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? I have a first from Councilman Breckus, second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, may I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So,
I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah.
A
motion
second
approved.
from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. L5, department items, redevelopment agency board comments and announcements. Any?
We
From the
have
body?
we have nothing there.
Okay, thank you.
What was it? Which one?
Any comments
Oh, no, sorry.
from the body? No? Okay, seeing that there's none, we're gonna head into item L7, public comment. Is there any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
There is none.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm gonna ask for item L8, a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second by Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. And with that, we'll open item H1, City Council comments.
All right, any comments from City Council? Any updates on your boards? Anything the body should know about? Councilwoman Breckus, anything? Councilman Martinez? Councilwoman Taylor? Councilwoman Dewar?
I'll just say we had about 80 participants in our NAB meeting yesterday.
Wow.
Oh, congrats.
About,
Great.
mostly concerned about a proposed change to the Ranchero project. So that was a lot, and it wasn't even on the agenda. This was all in public comment at the NAB. So just a sign of coming attractions, Ranchero will be on the agenda, expected next month. And they'll be going through planning commission and ultimately here, because 2 items they have to change. So just stay alert, be aware.
Oh,
Thank
Madam
you so
Mayor?
much. Yes, go ahead.
Actually, since Mr. Manager said that March 8th, the Stonegate agreement is coming back on, could we also look at the guidelines? Because the guidelines that were passed out at the table seem to apply to SADs within PUDs. And as Mr. Hicks said, the SAD is in a tentative map. So right there out the chute, the guidelines, which we didn't have the chance to review, until they were passed out, aren't being applied. And that's not great, particularly since defaults don't look good on our balance sheet. And if they want to get into a default situation, if we got into a default situation, they said, well, you're not even, deploying your guidelines properly. That's kind of not good management. So if the council is of a wish to, do an SAD for something that's not consistent with your guidelines, you might want to also change your guidelines. Thank you. I'd like to see that on the agenda.
All right, anything from you, Councilwoman Ebert? Nothing? Vice Mayor Reese, thank you so much for attending today virtually. Do you have anything you want to add to the board?
No, thank you, though.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, are we ready for public comment?
We sure are.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. For the record, we received one comment which was general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item after 4 p.m. yesterday, the 21st. These comments were distributed to council and represented one in opposition. And in addition, we have one voicemail, which we'll play now.
Hi, my name is Randy Mendez, and I am the owner of 1250 Weed Axe Road in Reno, Nevada. I'm calling in reference to the 1045 Hogue Road Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. I wanted to speak in opposition of any zoning change and or annexation, specifically due to property values. These homes, there's a blended average value of about $680,000 on the few parcels that belong in this area. And one of the unique value propositions of each of these homes are that they have the acreage and the rural living within such close proximity to the city. Furthermore, it is a lifestyle that these homes offer and allow. These are horse properties. These homes have the ability to have the country living, and changing the zoning and bringing in annexation would change the ability for horses, for livestock, not to mention heavily impact our natural wildlife that we have here. And we definitely do not want to see that happen. For the most part, that is the gist of what I want to share. But again, I do want to go on record that we are opposed to any of these changes and do not want to see this happen in our area. There's already plenty of growth happening around us, and we do have many concerns. One of my concerns that still hasn't been addressed is, just safety around the future development that is happening, as far as our air quality being impacted with some high levels of, I apologize. I was making this call and I have a lot going on today, and I've lost my train of thought on the item that I was looking for. Gosh, I have it right on the tip of my tongue, and I'm thinking my neighbors know exactly what I'm trying to reference here. It was the air quality test we had, and when you start digging up the dirt, the radon, there we go. I apologize for totally losing that there. But I also have concerns around the radon and different things, and so if we started making those changes and allowing more builds, that just kind of unlocks more questions there. So again, just want to preserve our quality, want to preserve our wildlife, and keep this little patch, the rural living that it is. Thank you so much.
With no further commenters in the room, no hands raised in Zoom, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, may I get a motion from council members? Councilman Martinez. I have a motion. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks everyone. Appreciate your participation.